Hello, hold on. Let me just switch. Is the music too loud? It doesn't look too bad on OBS. Let me actually switch right away to my other screen. Hello? Okay. Japan trip. I can actually start with I got my desk is filled with goodies right now. Well, goodies, just souvenirs that I brought back. Yeah, I think I'm going to just go over the pictures first, and I'll get back to it as I can show you guys what I bought. Some of them are going to be gifts to some of my friends. Well, mostly like colleagues at work. And others are going to be, they're going to be opened by me. So let's start first with, actually, before I go to this, the first pictures, let me just talk about the just flying there already. So going to Japan, let me just switch. Hello, there we go. So just flying to Japan already was a whole thing. It's anywhere between 13 to 14-hour flight for me. Going there, I had a layover that was supposed to be around an hour to an hour and a half. I would say an hour and a half, which quickly became 3.5 hours. So I was stuck at the airport for a little bit too long to my taste. Then eventually we got into the plane to Japan. 14 hours later, we arrive. So mind you, when you go to Japan, at least from Canada, I went from Canada all the way to Osaka, and they only accept like one flight per day from Canada, at least is it per city? I think it is per city. So only one plane landed in Osaka, and so it's packed. It's a huge plane. It's packed. It's full. It's, like I said, 14 hours. Surprisingly, is whenever I landed in Osaka, just that part already. So whenever you book your airplane ticket I'm with Air Canada, they always ask you to fill out a form whenever you arrive, before you arrive. And this part is actually super important whenever you fly into Japan, in order to save you a lot of time at customs. And I'm telling you, a lot of time. So it's basically you fill out a form, answering the basic questions of whenever you enter a country. You know, the classic of, do you bring a weapon with you? Do you bring illicit, substances, and stuff like that? And once that is filled, you also give kind of like the duration of your stay. So all the question that the custom could ask you, you get to answer it in advance, and it generates a QR code. So that was sent to me by Air Canada, basically telling us, please fill this out. It's going to save you a lot of time and a headache, which was true, by the way, because the lines were crazy. Like I said, one plane, it's filled. And that's one plane from Canada. Now, mind you, there's still people coming from China, from South Korea, from the Philippines, like anywhere else. And Canada was one of them. So that part already was something. Now, good tip and advice. If you have specific medication that you guys take for your own condition, please check if you can bring them. So I have ADHD medication obviously I don't need to use it every day, which thank goodness. But it's basically I would say it's a little bit like Adderall. It's not Adderall, but it's similar to it's another molecule that acts like Adderall. Those substances are prohibited in Japan. So if you have ADHD and you need your ADHD medication, please make sure to look on like what do you need to take, what do you need to fill out in order to bring your medication in. It's actually super important because, like I said, it is a prohibited restriction. A lot of medication in Japan are not working the same as, it's not working the same, but it's not the same strength as what you would have in, you know, everywhere else in the world. And if you don't want to get in trouble with customs, it's always better to, you know, make sure to look at what medication you have. If it's prohibited, if it is, then there's always like a way, because they understand that if you need a medication, like it's not necessarily life or death, but you need it to function, there's still like a form to fill out. Dickleberry, hello. I'm just rambling at first, like talking about like the flight plane preparation, tips and advice, basically, of my own experience. But basically, yeah. So like I said, it's always better to, if you have any type of medication for a specific condition, please do inform yourself like at first on, can you bring it to Japan without any problem? Because like I said, ADHD medication prohibited because it's a derivative of basically methamphetamine, meth. Yeah. So it's a stimulant which is prohibited in Japan. So that's first. The first thing whenever I had to fill out the form, I was like, huh. So I was packing my bag, and I always have like my ADHD medication in my backpack, because whenever I have boring meetings and I need to focus, I take it. And as I'm making my backpack before going to Japan, I was like, huh, I have ADHD medication. Can I bring it? Answer is no. Well, technically yes, but no. And so I was like, okay, let me leave this out. So that's one part. So like I said, Air Canada tells you fill out this form to have a QR code to help you at customs when you arrive in Osaka. Very true. I saw two dudes that didn't fill out the form. They were sent back to the back of the line. And let me tell you, when we arrived, it was like 8 p.m. I was burnt out. I had a layover that went from an hour and a half to 3 hours and a half. So that's plus 2 hours. 14-hour flight in my body. I was already over it. I was like, can we please go? So imagine you arrive at customs because you didn't fill out the QR form. They send you back all the way for you to actually fill it, and then you do the line. Please no, this is crazy. I know. And then once you arrive at customs, so Osaka, the interesting part is that the airport is actually on an island, so it's a fairly recent airport, you know? Yeah. How was the trip? I'm talking about it like I'm not even, I got pictures, I got goodies to show, but it's just like, just going there was already like a whole thing. And I was kind of like giving small tips about like what to look out for before you go. And like I said, if I had to do a TLDR of what I just said, if you have specific medication that you need to take on an everyday basis to function, before you go to Japan, you have to make sure that those medication are allowed. If some of those substances are prohibited for whatever reason, because it is the rule in Japan, there's a way to go about it. It's like basically communicating with the FDA, similar to that, but in Japan, in order to have the okay. And you need like the prescription and everything. It seems to be like a a long and tedious way to bring it, but if it's necessary, listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. Diabetic, yeah. So just try to look out for this. I know that for the prescription, obviously nobody stays for more than, I think, was it like a month of supply? But there's something about medication. But on is it Japan Travel? There's a specific website where you have to fill out the form before you arrive in Japan that gives you a QR code, and it kind of like it doesn't really guide you, but there's a lot of like section that tells you like, if you have medication, please read this. And then you really go through the list, and it's going to save you a whole lot of time, just because, like I said, my ADHD medication is a derivative from meth. It is a stimulant. Only problem is meth, like in a lot of countries, but ADHD medication specifically, is prohibited in Japan. So if I wanted to bring that there, it would have been a whole other process. But luckily for me, I don't need it on a daily basis, so I could just live at home and it was fine. But yeah, so when I arrived in Osaka, so it's a fairly new airport, but like I said, surprisingly, Japan, with all the technology, I was kind of expecting things to be like super quick and fast. It wasn't. I arrived at 8 p.m. I went through the customs 1 hour after. And mind you, this is because when I arrived, I flew in to Osaka a day before my sister and brother-in-law were flying in. So I was with my brother at that point. And so whenever you go to customs, I'm like, listen, we travel technically separate because each one of us like got tickets separately, but we just sat together. And so we did the line and we got kind of split, and I'm like, okay, whatever. So I wait and I wait and I wait. My guys, it takes forever because when you go through customs, they're going to look at the paperwork. They're going to look at your passport. And for some people, they ask to take a picture again because they ask for your picture and your thumbprint. Whenever you scan the QR code to say, oh, hello, this is my custom form. And they're like, okay, look at the camera, take your picture with your thumb, placed in. And they actually ask some people to retake it. And it takes fucking forever. So an hour later, came out. I waited. I'm going to fast forward a lot of like some shenanigans that happened. Nothing major. But by the time I arrive at the hotel, not even at the hotel, at the station, it was like 11. At my hotel, it was 11 p.m. Hold on. I don't know what was the country, but apparently a bunch of Asian tourists had their everything bagel seasoning thrown out because the poppy seed, yes, we're not allowed in so many little things. Yes, you have to check this out. Rules in Japan of what's coming in is very, very strict. It is a very insular country. It's like things within, like just, okay, I'm going to take a very easy example. Just to fly in with your dogs, it takes a lot. It's similar to Hawaii. It takes a lot of forms to fly in with your pets. So that's why like all the regulations quite complicated. I don't have the whole list of what is forbidden, quote unquote. I don't fully remember, but yes, I wouldn't be surprised because obviously poppy seeds. I mean, I'm like, how much poppy seeds do you need? I'm not going to be high from poppy seeds, especially in everything bagel seasoning, which makes no sense. But basically, when you land in Osaka, I'm going to talk about Osaka mostly because that's my experience, but I'm pretty sure it's similar if you land in Tokyo. When you land in Osaka, there's basically you land at the airport, you come out of it, and then I had to take the equivalent of the train. And for that, I need to have like some kind of like pass. Wait, do I have it? I have it. Sorry. Let me just take this out as I'm talking. So I had to buy the equivalent of like the transport card. The acronym is ICOCA. It's a pun in Japanese of like ikoka. So it means, you know, let's go. Or shall we go? I think. Yes. And so let me actually show you this little buddy. Let me dual screen. Nope, not this one. Hi. Yes, hi. Hello. Goodies all around that I'm going to showcase. So this is the ikoka card. This buddy, the tiny platypus, is the mascot from the Kansai region. If you go in Tokyo, the mascot is different, I believe. Was it a penguin? I think it is. So this card is, whenever you buy it, it's valid for 10 years. So this works as a transport card, but it can function also as a credit card. So you have like station, you can put, well, obviously whenever you don't have one, you go through the station and you can buy this. It will give you the card, and it would charge 500 yen directly on it. So for me, the equivalent of $5 Canadian. And once you have this, you can go to stations, put the card in to charge it, and you can put money in it. The way that it works is similar to the London train, where you tap it when you arrive at the station, and you tap it when you leave, like when you basically get out of another station, and it's going to charge you the distance between point A and point B. So the fare is going to be quote unquote different from places to places. Obviously, the further you go, the more expensive it's going to be. So, and every time you tap it, so let's say you type it here, it's going to, so this is kind of like the gate. You tap it here, you walk here, you're going to find like a screen that tells you the amount, but you can always check at a it's not like a counter, but like it's similar to an ATM machine basically. So this works for transport and credit card. I mostly used it for transport because I was like, let me keep track on my money properly. So I got myself like quite a lot of cash. Japan works a lot with actual like cash. I always remember how many invasive animal and plant species we're getting that cause eco havoc because people take things. Yes. Oh my God, Camp. Let me get there. It irks me because as a tourist, I was like, this is so insulting. So let me go back here. Okay. So when you arrive, once you get your Ikoka card, then took the train, obviously, from my station all the way to where I needed to go. So mind you, at 8 p.m., plane land. I get out of the customs, it's 9 p.m. Now it's like around 45 minutes of train, around that, to go from the airport all the way to Truong. Hello, hold on, pictures are coming. I'm getting there. From the airport all the way to my station for the hotel, and then walk to my hotel. It's 11 p.m. I am burnt out. I am burnt out. I was supposed to arrive at like 4:30, and I ended up arriving at 11 in my bedroom. The room was tiny, but it is Japan. So this is the first picture that I took when I landed, when I actually came out of the train station. Osaka, interesting thing. Like, first of all, what the heck, Japan in autumn? I went in Japan, like I arrived in Japan the 1st of October. It is hot. cash is best for vacation, I feel, because it's easy to overspend. Yes, I'm going to touch on that too, Camp. Just because, I mean, if you want to go to Japan at some point, like, listen, I got tips for you. So first of all, it is hot as an understatement. Bro, I was sweating bullets. I am working in Celsius here because that's all I know. It was around 30 degrees Celsius. Let me transfer that in Fahrenheit for you guys in America. Let me, hold on, calculator. Where is it? Data times spin temperature. There you go. Celsius. So 30. It's 86 Fahrenheit. Anywhere between, hold on, 25, anywhere between 77 Fahrenheit to 86 Fahrenheit. Bro, it's the 1st of October. What the heck? Like, over here in Canada, we had 50 Fahrenheit already. Like, what is going on? But anyway, it was hot. And so, see, it's toasty. It is toasty. And it's humid. It's so humid. My clothes were sticky. It was not a thing. I was not looking cute in during that. No. And I don't know how people from Japan look amazing despite all this. Like, they look unfazed. They look like, yes, I'm fresh like a flower. And in the meantime, I looked like a fucking swamp monster next to them. But anyway, so first picture when I came out of the metro station, as you can see, like, I was like, okay, this is Osaka at night. I was kind of expecting, like, this is not busy because it's night. Like, it's close to 11 p.m. already. Boy, was I wrong. Oh, hold on. That's the next morning. So I arrive at the hotel. Super tiny room, as you would expect to, like, from Japan. Obviously, I don't really sleep that much, so woke up super early. Mind you, the next day, it's only me and my brother, and my sister was going to arrive, like, later in the afternoon, so I was like, okay, you know what? We need to look for a place to eat. It's my dream vacation, but I know what I want to buy. I feel like I need to save 4K minimum because I want to buy a used luxury bag. Ooh. So touching on that, for 12 days, so around 2 weeks in Japan, I could bring back up to $800 worth of good. I'm going to show you what I got. This is way below 800 bucks. 800 bucks. To cap 800 bucks, man, you need to spend. You need to spend a lot. Even from food, the beauty of Japan is you can overspend on food too. Actually, you know what? It's going to be a whole other thing. So I woke up actually very early with my brother. Here's what I thought was very surprising about, especially Osaka, because I was kind of expecting that in like more like remote cities, but in Osaka, at 7 a.m. in the morning, it's dead. Nobody's there. Like, and mind you, we were there on a like Tuesday morning, so it's like work week. But even then, bro, there was almost no cafe open except a few. And this one was where my brother and I went. He found it delicious. When we first arrived at the counter, obviously they speak Japanese. They see where it's looking foreigner in our faces. And the beauty of it, this is where I actually love the way they did that. It is, oh my god, it was so good. It was so good. You know what? The beauty of it is, like, despite the language barrier, they give a QR code on the desk for you so you scan it. Then you have the menu. You can order it. It sends your command to the kitchen. They prepare it for you. And obviously it leaves the bill open for you to even, let's say I ate, that's my brother's plate. I ate this. Bro, it was so fluffy. It was so fluffy. the top part is almost like a creme brulee kind of situation. It was like almost like caramel, like you could break the top of it. But basically, you can order more, and so you just open up the page again, and then you add more stuff, and once you're done, you can press check, like almost like it's like pay the bill almost, and it sends to the counter, and they have like your bill, and you can pay directly there. So it diminishes the amount of interaction that you have with the waiter, especially if they don't really speak English. And it saves them a lot of trouble. Plus, it opens very early. So those like the that was actually by far the most filling and delicious breakfast ever. Another thing, like the window was like filled with those wind chimes. I found it very cute, so I was like, okay, let's use this. Now during that day, I visited a little bit Osaka during the day. So this is Dotonbori. Dotonbori is the hotspot of where we were. This, like, as you can see, very early in the morning, there's no fucking body around. Everything, like, and let me tell you, this place, like this canal, is packed during the night. Is there? No, I don't think it's on that side. On the other side, I believe the Don Quixote is over there. Bro, nighttime is wall-to-wall people. I know. Holy moly. But the Don Quixote, strong. I don't know how you felt when you went to Don Quixote. The first time I stepped inside the Don Quixote, I think my brain rebooted. It felt like going into a casino and just like so much noise and ads and everything. I was overwhelmed for the very first time. I was like, what the heck is going on? I'm hearing things. Is it me going crazy? Like, what is going on? So this is very empty, but this picture was taken around like what, 8 a.m. or something. The only people that we passed by was basically people that went to work. So again, kept on working. Interesting, like, building thingy. There's like some kind of like rock over there here. I was like, okay, that's cool. And you're going to see a lot of like pictures of oh my goodness, sewage system, electrical system. So funny story about this. It's not only Japan, because I know that in the USA, some part they do that. In order to there's nothing really, there's no fucking reason aside from making, like, just saying these simple mundane things are still important in your day-to-day life. Let's just create some kind of like design that stands out, and we're gonna need to do that. I know, I love the manhole covers. I looked fucking crazy after a while because every time I went somewhere, I would take a picture of a manhole cover if obviously it was not too busy and I could take it. So this is the first one I took. I was like, oh, this is actually cute. Not even thinking that this is nothing compared to what is coming. Okay, first day with my brother. I remember in my last stream, I talked about I wanted to do a Pokemon scavenger hunt. So obviously I didn't buy the tickets very much in advance because I was like, you know what? I don't know when we're going to do it. Because there's like time slots to basically, you buy the tickets and at 10:30 a.m. you're going to buy the tickets and then you're going to do the Pokemon rally. Only problem, when I wanted to buy the tickets, and around that time when we arrived to that area, which was by the way supposed to be the start of the Pokemon rally, it was like 10:30 a.m. Note how fucking empty this is. Only problem is that whenever Mama Cat, hello, no worries. Don't apologize for this, don't worry. The only problem with the Pokemon rally, I wanted to buy the tickets, but they only had the map and everything else in Japanese. Now, mind you, there's puzzles to solve in Japanese, and most likely with the name of the Pokemons in Japanese. I may get away with the first 151 in Japanese for the Pokemons because I did watch the series in Japanese for the first, the first gen. But bro, don't tell me what Lucario's name is in Japanese because I wouldn't know. And so I couldn't buy the tickets in English. So I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna like suffer through a scavenger hunt in Japanese that I have to use Google Translate, and then like it was not going to be fun for me. So I ended up kind of like giving up on doing the Pokemon Rally, unfortunately. I did cross someone who did do the rally, and the prizes were actually bigger than expected. So I'm kind of happy because my luggage by the end of the trip was packed. So yeah, this is kind of like the building where you start. It's actually, this is all the levels. I don't know, can I zoom in? Yeah, those are stores. I'm like, bro, it's huge. There's a lot of stuff, and I think this is an office building, but there's like a lot of stores. So this is funny, but I asked for sitting desk work, and it just arrived. After months, I realized now I have to commit to standing at work, and I regret it immediately. Bro, you need to have like this. So I have a standing desk. I need to do like a mix of both. Standing sometimes, sitting sometimes. I can't do one or the other because that's a little bit too crazy. But yeah, so it was around that area. Still in the same area, by the way. And then this is when we decided with my brother to kind of like, you know what, let's take a walk and explore. And like I said, still nobody. Now, mind you, okay, those streets. Strong. I was so confused. Where the heck do you walk? Because in Japan, you have more chances to be hit by a cyclist than be hit by a car. At least in the city, they drive fairly slowly. Cyclists, though, they do not care. They woke up and chose violence. And I'm not talking about like young people necessarily. I'm talking about sometimes like old people. So you have a lot of like those ridges. I got slacked by multiple times. Bro, they drive so fast. Well, at the very least, a morning ghost town will take you. Yes. Camp. If you want to take beautiful like pictures, go early in the morning. If not in Osaka, let me tell you, I'm going to give you a punch after, but not at 6 a.m. 7 is okay. 6, you're going to understand why you're not going to take a lot of pictures there. But I'm like, so this means that this is for us, pedestrians, the plebs. And here, hello, Belle. How are you? And this is for the cyclist, from what I'm understanding. Like, bro, I was like, obviously you walk anywhere you want, but it's just that the cyclist in Japan, I almost died several times. But yeah, so this is like whenever we started like going away. And let me check. Is it a street? No. Oh, yeah. I had a great trip. I'm still very pleased. I'm going back next year, by the way. I don't think this is close to the hotel, but for some reason I got mesmerized by the electric pole in Japan. Don't ask. Okay, I don't know why. It's such an aesthetic. Okay. So during that day, I went with my brother. Obviously, I'm not going to post any picture because it's of him. But so this part was whenever we were walking to go to a batting center. So, playing baseball, you hit the ball. Me and my brother never played baseball ever. I haven't been to a game of baseball in my life. I haven't held a ball. I'll tag along. Yeah. Like, I never held a baseball in my hand. I don't know how to throw. I don't know how to. Bro, I already have a trouble hitting a ball with a tennis racket. Can you imagine me with a baseball, like baseball bat now? Like, but my brother was like, I want to try. So I was like, you know what? Go for it. It was not expensive. I think it was like 100, was it 100 yen for like 25 rounds or something? A little bit more than that. But it was like, it was really fun for him. It's actually good exercise, my goodness. But the balls weren't fast. I was like, holy shit, this is fast. I'm mad respect for anyone who plays baseball or softball. That shit is crazy. Baseball games are so long, I can't. I know, it takes forever. But I did meet a professional player once. Wow, I got tickets to the ESPN thing and I went for the food. How was the food? I'm always curious. How was the food? But anyway, so that was like during the day. And then later in the afternoon, my sister and I, plus my brother-in-law and my brother, obviously, so the four of us, went to get okonomiyaki. So this is okonomiyaki without the sauce. So it's normal, okay? They put the sauce, so the lady put an array of sauces in front of you. So that's why like it's empty, because they let you douse your okonomiyaki by yourself. So okonomiyaki has, at least the version in Osaka, has batter, cabbage. I picked shrimp, but you can ask for like pork, you can ask for various stuff. And they have like eggs. And it's like almost like a, they say it's like Japanese pizza, but it's like, it's not really a pizza, at least to me. It doesn't hit the same way. Hold on. It was his introduction to the team, and people took pics and got autographs. The food was good. It was steak. Oof, steak. I got an autograph, but I lost the ball. Oh no, when you took it to school. Oh, that sucks. But yes, so okonomiyaki has like you can have a lot of like different combo. So this is like, this is sauceless. But usually whenever you look at picture of okonomiyaki, it's driving and listening, no problem. It's covered in okonomiyaki sauce, usually with mayo, and that's pretty much it. Oh, and flake, like bonito flakes on top, I believe. Yes. Delicious. The people serving were right in front of me, and as you can see here, it's a mini train model. Like, you can actually like push a train and it moves. So it's like, how cute is that? And so the counter was kind of like L-shaped. So we were all in a row here. My sister was on my right. My brother was on my left. And it was actually delicious. First time we had okonomiyaki before. The people in front of us were only speaking Japanese, but they still tried to, you know, speak to us like in very broken English. So it was like very nice. Obviously, my sister is learning Japanese, so she tried to talk to them a little bit to help them out, and they really appreciated it. So excellent place. I need to figure out like all the addresses that where we went, because it was like, it's not expensive. It's actually very tasty, and it's filling. We didn't really drink any alcohol. We were good during that trip. Now, where the heck is this? Another street. I think it's in the morning before we went to Nara, I believe. Yeah, okay. Exactly. Ooh, I'm good. So we needed to go to Nara the very next day. So Nara is, are you going to try to learn Japanese because you're going back next year? Yes. By the way, I am looking for means other than Duolingo to learn Japanese. Because me understanding Japanese is not too bad. Like I understood it better than my sister, but I couldn't really speak it. My brother is a good mix. Like my brother can understand fairly well, and he can speak okay. It's not like it's still broken, but he can speak better than myself, so he can communicate a little bit better. My sister is better at communicating, but she always was. To speak a language, she's gifted to, when it comes to that. But she didn't really understand a lot of it, so the two of us actually were a very good combination. So the very next day, we needed to go to Nara. So we needed to take the train to go there because we had a tour guide to kind of guide us through Nara. Now, Nara is considered as I think, the oldest city in Japan. It's where the emperor basically established this is going to be the main city. So there's actually a gate. I actually knew exactly what that gate was because of anime. So I didn't want to tell the guide like, oh yeah, I saw it in an anime before. I didn't want to say that because first of all, this is the most weeb shit I could have said. But yeah, we need to take the train to Nara. So this was a meeting point with the tour guide. Hold on, let me just. Okay, cool. I need to turn on the lights just a little bit because it's getting darker for me. So like I said, Nara, very old city, and it has a lot of like a long history with like temples and civil wars and everything. And this place is known for its deer, the white deer. So basically Bambis everywhere. The deers walk fucking rent-free anywhere in the city. Sometimes they want to walk into a shop. Obviously, the shopkeeper are like, oh, please go away. I feel like they just assume we are weebs and they aren't wrong. Listen, I try not to look like a weeb too much, okay? I was like, let me try to not nerd out too much. But Bambis everywhere. So deers everywhere. And specifically in Nara, the deers are conditioned to bow to you, so they get treats like rice cakes treats. You can buy like for 100 yen, so like $1 Canadian for me, so less than that for you guys, my US friends, to feed the deer. We didn't do that mostly because honestly the tour guide was booking it. Like I walked for 5 hours straight, fast paced. I'm a fast walker. She walked fast. If I have to tell you one thing about Japan, bring good shoes, walking shoes, that are, if possible, waterproof, lightweight waterproof, or water resistant, one of the two, because when it rains, it rains. If you have any problems with your articulation, whether ankle, knees, back, whatever, if you walk for too long, please be mindful because you are going to walk a lot. And staircases, holy crap. And so, yeah, didn't feed the deer. There's going to be a tidbit about Nara in just a little bit that one of my friends actually warned me about after. So here's the famous gate that I'm talking about. So this is actually a close-up because this area, it's like this pavement, well, pavement, but like it's a very long corridor before you reach that gate. This is one of the oldest gates. Obviously, it got burned during the Civil War, one of the civil wars around that time. This is me just trying to remember what she told us. And get restored. This is all made out of wood. And I believe the tiles here are made from ceramics. There's no metal in there. It's just wood. And as you can see, tiny Bambi here, older Bambi here. I'm pretty sure there's some other around there. But it's one of the there you go, Bambi all around. Obviously, this one, love history. Nara is actually super interesting. Obviously, this one is very young. I know that some tourists. Okay, so this is going to be short rant. I don't know why tourists in general kind of fucking lose their mind whenever they see a tiny Bambi like this because they want to touch it. I don't know for you guys, but for me, I was always told that for wild animals, you never touch the baby because the mom could reject their kid. The bowing Nara deer, not sure when it started, but super. Yeah, exactly. They got conditioned. Say from Magneto, exactly. But basically, I don't know why. Like people thought I saw some tourists, and I don't want to categorize like from where they went. I don't care because I saw it from people that spoke Chinese, that spoke English, that spoke German, that spoke French, like in general. I heard it so many times. Don't touch baby animals, and that's absolutely exactly. And for me, even only someone who is tending to those deers should touch them, like someone who's trained to do that. But they're like this Bambi. When I took the picture, I'm going to censor myself a little bit, but some kind of freaking idiot came after me and wanted to touch the baby, and I'm like, what is wrong with you? There's one group of tourists that is very rude. I kept giving the side eye every time. Trong, I think we're the same. Because the way I did a stink face, almost like, ew, when I look at this dude trying to bait the baby into touching him. I'm like, what are you doing, you freaking idiot? So Arstead has a big deer problem. We have deer in our backyard, and all the time it's kind of annoying because I'll be driving home and deer. Oh yeah, I mean, that's a whole. If you think, I didn't take too many deer's pictures because they're everywhere. I'm a big guy. I should check someone because they were trying to kick a bait. Oh my god. So here's the thing, Tron. I got the warning from one of my friends later on. There's a content creator from Japan. I was prepared to make a scene, but back to driving. Yes. Thank you. Drive safe, please. So one of my friends actually contacted me a little bit later. So obviously, there's a thing in Nara. There's a content creator from Japan who's Japanese that is unfortunately known for doing like it's the equivalent of the nuisance streamers from the West, so basically from either America or other countries. But it's basically, he's an asshole. It is what it is. And I don't know why he loves creating sensational like content. So either like from eating from convenience store and just leave, so basically theft, to like just being rude in general. And he did prison. He did prison before, from my understanding. And he apparently moved to Nara. Now his new content is to try to get foreigners to be kicked out or get in trouble. He's a guy who, whenever you try to feed one of those deers, will come at your face, film you, scream at your face, obviously in Japanese, insulting you, berating you, trying to tell that you tried to punch the deer or you tried to kick the deer, when obviously nothing fucking happened, and that was not what you were doing. So he's an expert harasser. If you try to move away, he's going to run after you. Like, he's an asshole, like grade A asshole. But apparently, like, he roams a lot in those areas because there's a lot of tourists, there's a lot of deers, and obviously, unfortunately, it's someone basically that just learned to hate foreigners because of stupid behaviors. those type of people are going to meet the wrong person one day. Absolutely. But imagine that's the, and this is the kind of like the sad part, is that because of stupid tourists that try to touch baby deers like this one, that tries to kick a deer a little bit like you saw, because of that, there's a lot of like Japanese folks that are just tired of tourists because you have idiots. And this is, well, like for me, thank goodness I didn't meet anyone except one lady, but she was Chinese, and it doesn't mean anything, but language barrier, I couldn't really just fucking cuss her out, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Yes, try to focus. Oh, hold on. In my case, too many deer at night when I'm driving and I have no fear. I know. And rage bait, yes, absolutely. So this is parenthesis in Nara. If one day you go and you want to feed the deer, it costs 100 yen to get a tiny stack, well, a tiny stack, a little stack of rice cakes to give to the deer. They're going to bow to you and they're going to harass you. But I didn't get headbutted, luckily for me, but they can headbutt you if they know that you have food. So again, close up, as you can see, the wood is like old. And this gate is huge. Like, I pull over to type. Wow. Please. Again, deer. And this is like, this is, I didn't take a picture with a lot of deers, but they were everywhere. So this gate is huge, but I saw it in an anime before. Again, close up. It's, like I said, I cannot even describe you how immense this is. The fact that it stood the time just really is amazing to me. So those statues, so the two guardians, was it Fujin and Raijin? But they're a lot in those big gates. You have like those statues, so they're guardians. They always have like some kind of like mesh to protect it. But this is all made out of wood, which is, again, I cannot explain how crazy this is. This is tall. This is just like, they had to put a barrier up to them. They were out in the, no, not when I was there. I don't know if it's for restoration or if it's because idiots were there, but they had to cover them after a while. And as you can see, lots of lots of students there. But it was like pretty impressive. Again, move in, more deers, lo and behold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just in this shot, but they're everywhere. And this is kind of like almost like the entrance. Usually, yeah, this is always closed. We had to go through another way to get inside the temple. Yeah, as you can see, entrance over there on the left. Tourists in Japan have been getting more and more of a problem. It is. And honestly, from seeing other foreigners around, could be Canadian, could be American, could be European, it did not matter. I noticed some, not a whole lot, but some that were actually annoying and belligerent. And I think you're kind of like testing the patience of the Japanese people when you do that, which is, to me, annoying. Okay. Me. This is a temple. It's huge. This was built in 7 years. I'm going to show you another picture to understand how fucking insane it is. Obviously, this was made by millions of people. It's all made of wood. Those string were added later on because of thunder, basically. Those are grounding wires to prevent the building, for being so tall, to be hit by lightning and basically burning. And this is I think this was made as a protected building by, was it UNESCO? But this is all made, like the structure and everything is all made of wood, except again, this is ceramic. The tiles are ceramics. It's huge, and you're going to understand like how huge it is. Hold on. Rumors is geisha districts? Yes, I can already tell you yes. In Kyoto, they keep bugging the ladies and taking photo with their asking or getting in their way. Yes, taking a picture of a geisha in Kyoto is forbidden. You do not take, there's no consent. You do not take a picture of a geisha in Japan, period. The only problem is that you have some assholes, men, women, anything in between. I don't care if you call yourself a unicorn. But some of them, whenever you say, there's actually Japanese people who tell you no, they don't do that. They will basically do a cross in front of your face and say, don't do that. And the geisha would go away a little bit further and it would still take a picture from her in the back. And I'm like, why? It's very rude. And because of that, there's a lot of like districts that are now completely closed. You cannot go there. I haven't been to Kyoto yet. It's going to be part of my trip next year. But I know there's a lot of like different rules. And even I think when I'll go to Kyoto next year, I'm going to be like extremely careful on where I'm going to take my picture and how often I'm going to take my pictures. Because like I said, I don't want to do something that is off. But yes, here's a temple that took 7 years to build. Those are, is it middle school? I think it's it's middle school students. It took millions of people, obviously, to build, but it still took 7 years with people with technology, quote unquote, that only allowed you to use wood. There's no metal, there's no nails, there's no nothing. It's just pure wood plus ceramic. This whole thing, almost like the ceilings are so heavy that it allows kind of like from the weight of it to stabilize the whole building. And it is said, at least in Japan, that whenever no nails is what I know. It is said that in Japan, like you have like sometimes like towers. The way that they used to build it back in the days was like a wider base, and it grows smaller and smaller and smaller. That way, it kind of like does almost like a triangle as physics to kind of like spread the weight around. But yeah, no nails at all. It's like super impressive. Yeah, okay. Close up to the gate. Like I said, there's wires there, but it's mostly to like a ground to prevent any lightning strike to lit the whole fucking building on fire. This tiny door sometimes is open, and because behind this you have a giant Buddha, and it basically, I think, shines light on its face, and the eyes, I think, are around this level. So eyes are around this level. Just to give you a wild idea, look at the height of the people. So hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 here, 6, 7 people high, like this person here. And they're not small either. This is where the face is. So sometimes it's open, but obviously that day it wasn't. This is what you have inside. So gigantic Buddha. This one is also, hold on, do I have, yeah, there we go. I like the contrast a little bit better here. This is also all made out of wood. It used to be covered in gold leaf, similar to this throne here. like the aura. But obviously over time, it's no longer there. So now there's only the wooden part. The guide was kind of like telling us how no nails and only hand tools. Yep, that's all they use, even for that, even for this, by the way. So in Japan, you have many religions, but you have three main ones. One being Shinto, which is like what we know in America or like North America or just the West in general as, worshipping the different elements. So the god of wind, lightning, all the elements, but also like commerce. You have oh my god, Maneki Neko is not one of them, but they have like a lot of like tons of gods, a god for everything basically. They have Buddhism here, that went from way back, and I think was it Catholicism? I think it is, but it's not as prominent as Shinto and Buddhist. And this goes like way back. And before, there used to be like a lot of like temples of Buddhist temples there. But during the Civil War, a lot of the Buddhist temple was like burnt and destroyed. And some of them survived, some others don't. But this is one of the remains there. This huge leaf was at the base, so obviously you can't see here, but at the base of the Buddha, he's sitting on a lotus throne, and it used to be covered with these leaves that has like ornaments, like golden scriptures all around. So it's very difficult again to see because the light was very difficult to adjust. But it's basically, it was like all around. But during the Civil War, a lot of it got destroyed and only two remained. As you can see, this is like just like a patch to kind of like see what it is. It was hard to take a picture because a lot of people wanted to be in front of those two things. Whatever. It is what it is. Oh, yeah. I think I got a close up for this. So, really, truly beautiful craftsmanship. This is one of the Buddha that was next to it. There's too many Buddhas. I'm a Buddhist. I don't know half of them. But yeah, as you can see, still wooden, covered in gold leaf. But as you can see here, a lot of the gold kind of like faded away with time. And probably because of people touching it, probably. But those two are huge. Huge. Oh yeah, you can see the leaf a little bit better here. This was a reproduction. Sorry, old man. This was a reproduction of what you saw in the top of the building. So it's kind of like in anime, you can see it in like a fishtail. So this is kind of like the OG fishtail. It was said to prevent the building from catching on fire because it's like a water element on top of the building, so it prevents some stuff like that. And it's basically supposed to be the tail of a fish. It's not phallic at all. Listen, it's not. But it's supposed to be a fishtail. But it's on top of the building. Hold on, let me just skip quickly here. So it's just a reproduction to scale, by the way. That's how huge it is of those two things here. Anyway, going back. Those two statues side to side together. So just look at how fucking tall the throne is compared to this one. It was immense, but very gorgeous craftsmanship. Again, all made in wood. Lots of like statues that were like preserved from that time. that were exposed. You can see clearly that it's made out of wood, which is absolutely insane. Even the throne from the back, I was like, do we need that many details? Apparently whoever made this said absolutely. Like even the back of the throne and everything. Okay, so this one is different than this one. So those were on the two sides, two guardians. Again, this is zoom in, but it's huge. It's really huge. And again, gold, supposed to be gold plated, no longer gold plated. But it has like a lot of like Buddhist symbolism to it. This is another statue on the other side because you have like one giant Buddha in the middle. You have this one on the right side and the other one that I showed before on the left side. But yeah, so it was still in Nara. Stairs. Let's talk about that. Japan. What is this? Look, can we take a moment? What is this? Like, it's low enough for you to trip on, not high enough to be an actual stair. So it's kind of like half annoying to go up to. What is this? But I know that I believe I did a close-up of this one for the lantern because there was a lot of moss. Stairs for mouses. I know, and Trong, you're tall, so I cannot even imagine you going up that without almost tripping half the time. Okay, this is for my Animal Crossing people. Animal Crossing. This is what I want. See? Those leaves? That kind of life on top of those old lanterns? Can we have that? Why can't we have that? Why does it has to be like clean like this one? I don't want this. Well, I mean, yes, I'd like to have the option of having this, but can we have this option too? I'm just saying. This is for me, for aesthetic reasons. Oh, another Bambi. Y'all can't even get a new game. Preach. I'm gonna talk a little bit about Pokemon ZY? YZ? ZA. Yeah, ZA. I have my thoughts about that because there was a lot of promo in Japan for this. So, more pictures of just architecture and decoration in Japan. While all the Animal Crossing players are trying to play the Ditto one. Wait, Ditto? Which one? I think I'm missing it. Again, Nara was a lot under construction when we went there. This, I think, led up to a place that was used in a movie. Again, okay. A little bit more regular steps. Mind you, this regular height for steps in North America is usually 6 inches tall. This must be 4.5 to 5. Just that inch of difference tripped me out. Can I ask an off-topic question about ZA? I bought it in a regular Switch. Get the Switch 2 and transfer my account over. Do I have to rebuy the game? I have no clue. I have no clue. I wouldn't be like, does it work on a Switch one? Like, is there 2 different versions? I have a question also. If you get the Switch 2 version and you dare to put it in a Switch 1, is it going to break your Switch 1? Is it coming to, like, how does that work? I have a lot of questions. I think I have more questions than you, actually. One way to find out, bro, if you break your Switch 1, please do a backup or something. So this is kind of like one of the view because it was like an open air area. You could see all around. It was not all around, but one part of it, and it's beautiful. But I mean, there was a lot of people too. I don't think so because my brother gifted me his OLED because he got a Switch 2, and I still have access to his library. Ooh. Because this is what you had on top of it. So lanterns, you have this is it's a very Buddhist thing. So it's like a bell that you can ring. Here, this is where you donate the money, so you can just toss in your coins, you do your prayers, and then you ring the bell for it. You have like, you can pay to have like I think this is for candles. You can pay for incense, etc, etc, etc. I think we paid once for incense for the big Buddha thingy because, listen, we're Buddhist. We had to. We didn't do that all the time, but I was like, I have to do that. It's the first. I threw an American coin by accident. Why would you do that? It's not like they're going to use it. But yeah, so gorgeous view from here, like this level. When you turn around onto the left here, you see here. Also, I still have to play Claire. Listen, Expedition 33, I need to continue. I grinded a little bit because, listen, my ass is not that good for the fight. But I'm gonna start with the South of Midnight. It's so good. I'm so glad to hear that. You should try it if I haven't. It's on Game Pass. I do not have Game Pass, but I'm glad to hear the South of Midnight was good. Because the aesthetic looks very interesting to me. So again, more architecture. This is actually a ancestral plant, like a prehistorical plant. This looks like a freaking palm tree to me, but I was like, huh, I think I saw it in Jurassic Park. Again, nerding out. Again, more wooden structures, Tory gates. Claire 33 is on Game Pass, so it was cheaper to play for a month than buy both games. That's an excellent point. This is the first of the many Tory gates that I will see. Ooh, another Bambi. This one, it was so hot. This one was just laying down, like, I'm gonna mind my own business. Like, let me strike a pose, and say, but again, it's a tiny Bambi. I did not know where the mom was, but I was like, see those spots, see the lack of horns? That's a baby. I'm not gonna touch you. Plus, it was very small. Then we went into this part. So obviously, see, there's a lot of people. It did not rain that day. No, it did not rain. There's going to be a lot of people wearing these. These are not just for rain, it's also to block UV light. On deer spots, yes, it means baby. It's not necessarily to prevent the rain from falling on you, but also going to prevent you from UV light, from cooking you. I tanned, by the way, from that trip. So if you are of a white color skin, especially redheads out there, that cooks very easily, it's more expensive. Do buy them at Daiso. Daiso, which is the equivalent of the dollar store in Japan. Please buy them at Daiso. It's less expensive. If you buy them at a Konbini or any other places, they're going to fucking bleed you dry. The way Asians don't play about the sun. Listen, whenever the sun hits in Japan, it is hot. Like I said, up to 86 Fahrenheit. It's autumn. What the heck is going on? So this was inside. There's lots of shrines in there. So this is more Shinto. So if you know about Shinto, obviously we didn't that much. We knew about Shinto, but we didn't know too many details. There's a lot of shrines for like different gods for whatever you need to pray it for. And all those lanterns. So I got another shots of them. Yes. Actually, do I have? Yeah. I took many shots of them. It's smart. My niece got sun poisoning in Italy. Holy cow. Is she okay? But yeah. So all these lanterns, obviously, those one in gold plated is more recent. But all those lanterns were gifted by very rich families in order to finance building the temple and everything. And it's also for favors, because obviously the more you donate, apparently the gods are going to be like, yeah, sure, let me grant you your wish. Which, is it classist? A little bit. She was fine, but she was sick for 2 days of her trip. That sucks. Wow, that sucks. Like I said, if she visits Japan, she can go to Daiso, buy those UV lights like umbrella, and they have like very like compact ones. So I didn't buy any. Will probably next time I'll visit. But I think it's going to save her a lot of trouble because the sun they're not playing with the sun over there. So all of these have, can we see? Oh yeah. So you have a lot of like sigils on top of this. Or you get hiking hat for the sun. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So you have a lot of like sigils that represent a specific family from, you know, usually a powerful family in Japan that donated to have their, you know, their lanterns there. You know, here the crane. I think these are one of the ancient like emperor sigils, but basically they paid to have it there. Mind you, this one lantern is the equivalent of like $1 million or something. I know it's not exactly that, but it's like an outrageous amount of money. This is a wisteria tree. Obviously, I'm off season, so it's not in bloom. But all of these usually has like the gorgeous purple flowers. Ancient tree, still there. Obviously, not going to. I don't think I'm going to visit Japan in spring. I will try one day, but apparently, if you think autumn has a lot of people, spring is even worse. Because spring has all the blossom seasons. So wisteria is in full bloom. The sakura trees are in full bloom. I believe that even the plum trees are in full bloom. It is packed with people. Packed with people. And even our tour guide, her name was Marie, bless her heart. She told us, like, it's not cool. It's not cool, even for Japanese people, to go out there to visit, because that's how packed it is. Ancient, was it a cedar tree? I think it is a cedar tree. She was, okay, funny thing about this, so whenever you watch anime, sometimes you see those white paper thingy in the shape of a squiggle. I think it's ultra packed and it's actually warm. Maybe long sleeve at midnight is needed. Yeah, she told us like it's not cool during the summertime. So those white paper thing, the squiggles, is mostly to, it's like a sacred, it's basically to say this tree is sacred. Cherry blossom season sounds too chaotic. Yeah, because it's not only cherry blossom season, it's blossoms season. Meaning all the fucking trees that can bloom, it's in bloom. And let me tell you, it's gorgeous, but it's going to attract a lot of tourists. So this is still, oh yeah, more insight. I'm just saying, it's so intricate, and it was like, those are gorgeous lamps. Gorgeous details. But to think that those lanterns cost around like $1 million to make? Excuse me? Another tour gate. Oh yeah, here, I didn't really zoom out that much because there's literally a bunch of tourists that were sitting on the, you know, those ledge here, but like behind me where I'm staying. And I was just chilling, and I was like, do you guys know that this is a place of prayer? Like, can you not just chill there? Like, sit, first of all, on a fence. Like, your ass can just stand up and walk away and find an actual bench. You don't have to stay like just bums in a, anyway, this was just me. I still have the vivid like memory of being here and like, what the fuck is going on? Classic Zen garden, Still in the same temple, like you have the huge ass tree right here. BRB, no problem, no problem. Don't worry, I'm rambling. I'm going through the pictures as I can. So those are like smaller shrines. Let's see, this is the close-up actually of smaller shrines that you can find pretty much all across Japan. It usually has like a specific deity attached to it. Again, I have no idea. Like probably if you read, I think this is the god of wind, I believe. But basically, you have all of that, and if you practice Shinto, you can go to the shrines and pray for a specific thing. Now, there was like an area where they lit up those lights, because all the lights that you saw outside in the broad daylight, they do get lit up, I think during a certain period of the time of the, was it year? But basically, they wanted to showcase some of those lanterns, but lit up. Now, mind you, there's a mirror, so there's not that many. This is an illusion. There's not that many lanterns, but because there's a mirror, it creates kind of like that feeling of like foreverness, which was very cool. Obviously, I didn't take too many because it's like we had to go in a row. It's so trippy. It is very trippy. You had to go in a row because it's very narrow, and it's got like almost like a U shape. So you come in, you follow the person, and then you turn. Let me tell you, some people made it a mission to take a picture of every fucking lantern. And I'm like, listen, I know it's pretty. I know you want to have details, but it is hot. I'm trying to get out of here. So obviously I didn't take too many pictures. I was like, listen, I'm just going to take a few and then that's going to be it. Now, mind you, these are the pictures that I took. My brother brought his professional camera, so I'm still waiting for his camera shots. More lanterns. Again, still in Nara. Same freaking tree. Interestingly, the tree, like, grew that way. And I'm like, huh. They just worked with it. They didn't like, well, let's cut this and keep it like clean. No, they just kept it. But yeah. Oh my god, the tiny leg got so much bigger. Really? It did? That's crazy strong. It's got. How long ago was it for you? And I think your trip to Japan, was it like last year? What the heck? Or was it 2 years ago? I'm missing out. Still in Nara, still walking. By the way, 2 years, okay. By the way, during that day in Nara, I did 20K steps. 20K. Think about it. And this is probably me underballing what we actually walked. So Nara obviously is known for its white deer, because it is said in the legends that the white deer kind of came from the gods and like just arrived through the Torii gates. So went through it and arrived in Nara. And this is why they made like a statue of a deer deity, which, let's talk about this. It's so cool. So you have like the white squiggle thing that makes it, you know, sacred. I believe this is supposed to be a mirror on a tree. I think this is symbolic. Was it for the sun or something? Or the moon? One of the two. And you have the white deer that came with the god. Okay, this lake. That's algae. It's green. I took it as a reference because I want to come back at some other point. Apparently this shit changes color depending on the season. I arrived when it was green like this, like moss green. Well, not even moss green, but puke green. Now, here comes the thing. So with Marie, whenever she books a tour, obviously there's always like a lunchtime. And lunchtime for us was around 1 p.m. 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. And she was like, she tries to mix things around. And we were lucky because we actually went to a restaurant that was a little bit of a fusion restaurant. So it has a Western side to things. This looks like nothing. This is, I think, this makes me feel like I can justify all the food I eat. Listen, camp, if you grow hungry in Japan, I don't know how you do it. Just the convenience store. So in Osaka, Family Mart, Lawson's, 7-Eleven, just the three of them. I don't know if there's more. There's probably more. Just the three of them, you can survive with just this. There's so much food. So this is, I think, is scallops. This was like chickpea. It has like it was actually, everything was super tasty, by the way. This was made with cheese. I think bread cheese. It's healthy. Well, strong. I'm gonna talk about that too. This is, oh my god, wait. It's a jelly, but I forgot, what was it from? Was it from sesame seed? I think. Healthy cheap food? Healthy. Yes, but I'm gonna explain a little bit later what was my predicament. This was a sweet pumpkin kabocha, I think, soup. Obviously, it looked like nothing, but it was super tasty. Yeah, I was kind of like admiring what they served everything in. So this was what my brother-in-law picked. So this is duck, basically confit. This is kabocha, so it's pumpkin, I think. This was a oh my god, what do you call it? Use it in vinaigrette. Balsamic vinegar. There you go. So this place was actually French influenced Japanese food, so it's a little bit of fusion. I took the fish. So this is grilled sea bass. This is grilled mackerel with, I think this is a burdock puree or something. So burdock is it's a root vegetable that I personally really like. It has like a little bit of a stringy texture, a little bit to it, but it is quite tasty actually. The miso soup that went with it, I think this actually focused on the ceramic. Yeah, delicious miso soup. The dessert, very easy. This, bro, this was so good. This is a budo sorbet, so grape sorbet. It is not artificial grape. It is real grape shit. It's so good. I do not like artificial grape flavor at all, but this was actually delicious. This is, I think, was panna cotta, I think. So a fresh strawberry puree on top of like some kind of like yogurt. Super good. Coffee. Interesting pot that they serve it in. Still in Nara. Okay, here's the thing. Again, this is where my fire hydrant, not fire hydrant, but the sewage system, you know, thingy, I got obsessed. I was like, this is the coolest shit I've ever seen. We need more of that. Strong, you're absolutely right. I want that in all the city. Make it very unique. I don't care what it is, but just make it happen. Because this is beautiful. So this is the one in Nara. We did a quick visit of a ancestral house. So this, obviously nobody lives there anymore, but the entrance is narrow. Tiny, 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 tiny. Because apparently, the way that they charge in Japan, whenever it comes to taxes, but at least back in the days, or maybe it is still the case today, I didn't fully listen. It's due to how much space you have in front of your front door. So the front door is almost like this wide, actually. So you have like your door here, and like the area, like the width of it, this is how much you get to pay taxes for. Now, when you get inside a specific building, you get this much, and then it's just freaking just spreads out. So it's very, very big. But obviously, this belonged to a very rich family back in the days. Nobody lives there anymore. So this is the house. So see, they pay for this amount, but it's like this big inside, which is crazy. Very crazy. And it's like it has like a staircase also that led on the second floor, but it's like very, very tiny. So I didn't really take too many pictures of it. And mind you, by that time I was exhausted. I was exhausted. Oh, here's another shrine. And I took a picture, and I did not notice this buddy here just chilling, you know. This is still inside the city. You can cross any deers. Just a close up. I was like, this is when I realized, like, oh shit, there's a deer here. Now, I'm not 100% okay with this, but Eric, yeah, I know. I'm not 100% okay with this, but I do understand. This is a male deer. It's ancestral. They used to do that a long time ago, and they still do this. They cut off the wood of the male deers. Now I kind of understand, because whenever it's mating season, they're going to fight each other, and it can be very, very aggressive. So I guess it's their way of like, just we remove the weapons and they're going to chill out. I think that's like kind of almost like the TLDR. Not fully okay with this, because it is still, I mean, the poor deer was born with this for a reason. But hey, you know what, Japan, you do you. I'm not here to change anything. Those are mochi, sharps and dangerous. Yes, yeah, absolutely. And mind you, with the amount of deers that you have there, if they're becoming aggressive, especially towards like the people, if they hit you, you can be dead. These are some of the mochi. They were so good. It's Nara, the shop where we got it was like very famous for these. Now, I showed you a picture of Dotonbori in the morning. This is Dotonbori at night on a weekday. I wish I could use Uber Eats that right now. Absolutely. This is during the night on the weekday. How do you find? Did you find dango anywhere? Yes. It's hard to make. It is for the texture, especially if you never tried dango before, because you could try to make your own dango, but you wouldn't know exactly like, is it the true thing or not. Yes, I could find it even in a convenience store. But yeah, so this is Dotonbori. This is, by the way, I'm going to zoom in. That bridge, my guys, there were so many people. There were you don't see, but it's filled with people. I was like, this is not happening. Look at this. And this is to get to some of the restaurants. Was it Don Quixote? No, it was not there. Oh yeah, the Don Quixote I think is here. This is during a weekday. This is on a Wednesday. And this, I was not ready. We got takoyaki. Obviously, this is takoyaki, not fresh, immediately out of the store, because we had to walk back to our hotel. This is so much fun. It is. The reason why I didn't take pictures in Dotonbori is because there were so many people. I felt aggressive. I was, again, you're shoulder to shoulder with a lot of people. Now, the thing is, Osaka, it is a party town. I told you about, like, taking pictures in the morning. the reason why you don't really go out at either 5 or 6, because I woke up, like, I kept waking up super early, but you don't get out at 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning. The reason why? Because people are fucking drunk. They get out of clubs. They get out of host clubs, of maid clubs, maid cafes, you name it. Hostess clubs. They get out of there. They're fucking drunk. And they all go back to their houses. So this is where you're going to see a lot of taxis. By the way, taxis, Uber, same shit over there. We didn't use anything because it's very expensive. And plus, we could walk around and we're used to walking. But this is where you're going to see a lot of like taxi drivers. Hold on. Let me tell you, went to a maid cafe. There was an experience. Oh my God. You went to a maid cafe? I didn't go. I was not. Listen, there's only a certain amount of cringe that I can experience. I'm not saying that maids are cringe, okay? It's just I feel like I would be cringing. To be like surrounded by so much cuteness, I'm like, please, if you sing, if you dance, I'm going to melt and get under the table. But yeah, so a lot of people, like, they party hard in Osaka. They party hard. I have a wife and a girlfriend. Her name is Miku Miku. Bro. But yeah, so the Tomburi, there were so many people, and people are out to eat, to drink. So a lot of tourists were very loud. But not just tourists, I mean, even locals. But it's just, there was way too many people. Way too many people for me to actually take pictures. So this is why, like, during the night, I didn't take much pictures of the Tomburi, but it's like, it's lit up. It's such a, hello, Naru. How are you? So it's super cool. If you visit Osaka, you have to visit the Tomburi. You have to. It's just that you have to be mindful of, like, if you don't like too much crowd, just pass by quickly at night. But it is what it is. Now in Dotonbori, you have a lot of places to eat. However, this is beginning. This is Brings just flew in. We don't know any better. But I personally find that the food at Dotonbori, and sue me if you want, I find it that it's a little bit too expensive for what it is. Compared to small, like the place where we had okonomiyaki was like more remote and almost like hidden. And it was like less expensive for what you have in quantity compared to what you can have in Dotonbori. I'm just saying. But yes, so these were takoyaki that we ate. Surprisingly, I was like, where's the sauce? But even without the sauce, it was delicious, mind you. I almost scalded the rooftop of my mouth with these. It is, and mind you, this is the takoyaki after we walked all the way back to our hotel to eat it with me and my brother. Because my sister and my brother-in-law were in another hotel. 10 minutes, be right back, no problems. But it was so freaking hot that when I bit into it, I was like, holy crap, I'm going to burn my mouth. But it's delicious. I freaking love takoyaki. Love takoyaki. Here's 3 sushis. 3. 200 yen a piece. So those are $2 each. 3 sushis from Nara. Now sushi in Japan is not inexpensive. If you plan on going to Japan to eat cheap sushi, define cheap is what I have to say. But these are by far, so this is 600 yen. This is $6 for me, Canadian. Okay, $6 Canadian for three sushis. These were by far the best sushis I've ever had. I just have to say, flat out. So I think this is sea bream. This was mackerel. and this is salmon. Delicious. But let me tell you, the rice was the true MVP here. The rice was out of this world. The fish, whenever you eat fish, it has it, and this is always like super complex it's almost like complicated to explain because it makes sense in my head now that I've tasted it, but it's hard to make other people understand it. Fish has a certain taste to it. Whenever someone doesn't like the fishy taste, is because it has like a fish aftertaste. This had none. None of that fishy aftertaste. You eat it, it's clean. Tastes like the actual fish and the delicious rice. You finish chewing all of that, you eat it, and it's done. Gotta thanks for the stream, Poto. Glad. Yeah, no problem. I mean, the stream is going to be up for to watch if you want to catch up after that. So thank you so much, by the way, Belle, for passing by. Hope you have a nice rest of your day. Rest well. It's been a long day. I don't think people realize how much fish comes from Japan, and the freshness is next level. Same for Canada. So much of our fish come from both. Yes, absolutely. But this was actually surprising because I ate salmon yesterday. No, not yesterday, 2 days ago. And in Canada. And mind you, it was like a salmon on sale. And just eating it, I was like, this is not fully fresh. And I could taste it because now I understand what fresh means. Like I said, whenever there's an aftertaste of fish, it's no longer fresh to me. Never really had raw sushi. Usually it's cooked shrimp, salmon, and sea legs. Yes, I mean, but like I said, next level. Amazing. But like I said, sushi from Nara, the best. The reason why I say that is because I had sushi after from a conveyor belt place. But this is much later. Okay, this is... Oh my goodness, I forgot the name of the place. This is basically the tech area in Osaka. Lots of buildings still rebuilt. There's a lot of goodies, anime stuff here. A lot. There's also like camera stores I found. Gacha, basically, if you love gacha, this is going to be freaking crazy because they're everywhere, and this is a money sink. I'm going to tell you my gacha story a little bit later because it was still in Osaka. It was actually during my first day going there after that. But yeah, this is a tech area. It looks like nothing, but there's so freaking many stores. And I believe, was it in that? No, it was after. After that, I went into one store, didn't take any pictures, but I brought 3 art books there that I'm going to show after. But yes, so some of the food, there's a very famous seafood market in Osaka. I forgot the name. Had a gacha vending machine, right? Yes, absolutely. There's a seafood market. I forgot the name. But basically, inside, lots of seafood. If you wanted to eat like crab legs, unagi, which is like eel, delicious, by the way. And we kind of wandered around, and this restaurant was actually empty, like very, very empty. And we kind of like wandered around, like what the heck are we going to eat? And this is after I got my my art book. So this is a very typical Japanese meal. Getting hungry? Listen, I'm just looking at the picture and I'm already hungry. This is grilled mackerel with a little bit of daikon radish grated. Classic miso soup. They put a lot of veggies in there, like so cabbage, I think some carrots was in there. Delicious. This is again burdock roots that they pickled with some carrots, sesame seed, and I think, was it some bamboo? Or was it mushroom? I forgot. This is the soy sauce, I believe. Tamagoyaki. This is pickled aubergine, so it's eggplant. A classic salad, by the way. The dressing in Japan for the salad, I think it's grated onion. Oh, delicious. And obviously the bowl of sushi rice. I think my sister was in front of me. Yeah, because we got the same thing. Love the Japanese spreads. Oh yeah, delicious, mind you. And mind you, the ceramics here, because I'm a bit of a ceramic like freak almost, thanks to my significant other. I learned to love ceramics even more. All of these are commercial made, so meaning they're not hand turned. This is not made by one person like by hand. This is just like it's mass produced, but it still looks amazing. And I wouldn't be mad. Like you serve me that, even if it's mass produced, I'm not going to no. I'm going to respect that still. So yeah, some close-ups of the so those are radishes, you know, baby corn, set of salad, broccoli. Yep, this is the eggplant. By the way, eggplant is not my top tier favorite you know, vegetable, but this was delicious. Tamagoyaki. This is the bird of Groot. Yeah, with carrots. Oh, that's it. Carrots and sesame seeds. Miso soup. This is what my brother got. So this is it looks like nuggets, but it's chicken nuggets basically. With tartar sauce here, and I think this is like the equivalent of their barbecue sauce, rice and miso soup. This is chicken karaage that my brother-in-law got. Mind you, this is the funniest thing. My brother-in-law asked for an extra piece of chicken. The regular plate has only those two. That's it. He asked for an extra piece because obviously he's a tall dude. It's still not expensive, by the way, for all this. We got away with like $11 around that. So it's really not expensive. Now, here's about what I told Truong. Like, it's healthy, but Japan. This is the most vegetable you could get in a plate, in a tray. If you have constipation, this is not going to be easy for you guys, because surprisingly in Japan, there's not that much fibers in their food. If you go to the konbini, any konbini, so convenience store, they actually sell pouches. I didn't take any pictures, but I think next time we're going to go there, I want to try these. Those are pouches of like just puree, so like peach compote. How do you call that? Like applesauce, basically. If you don't mind me. Oh, how much was the hotel? Okay, Osaka was the most expensive. You can go anywhere between $100 to $150 Canadian. That's for me, per night. That was the most expensive. But the reason why it was so expensive is because during the time that I flew there, it was going to be the Osaka Expo. So the price were jacked up because there was a lot of people coming there just for the expo. Now, the cheapest hotels that I paid from all my trips in Japan was around $70 Canadian. So that's like probably around $60 for you in US dollars per night. And bro, one of them had the biggest room ever. And I'm like, I'm gonna talk about hotel and my recommendation for them. I need to do more, by the way. I need to try more to kind of like see which one are the best. But yeah, it's very, very reasonable. Like, it's not too crazy. But yeah, so basically they give like some kind of like peach sauce or something in pouches that has more fiber in it, because let me tell you, There was not a lot of fibers and everything that I ate. Delicious still. Very healthy compared to what I can eat in North America. Close up with the karage because the glorious crunchiness. Yeah. Oh, obviously, still in the tech area. Did we go? Oh yeah, I think it was in that shop where I got the art books. This was it. Oh, okay. I went into a store because it's a craft store. Everything you can think of, you know, tank models, Gundam models, anime models, any models, Legos, you name it. Miniature trains, anything is sold at that place. This was like one of the display. Obviously, I didn't take too many pictures because I was going to go fucking crazy over there. I'm like, I'm trying to not spend. Listen, my luggage is small. This is only day like 3 or 4 at that point. Let's calm down. I have a lot more days. But it was so cool because I had like so many, like this is just one level by the way, but it had like so many, I think you can see almost here. It's filled with like stuff, figurines. You have everything over there. You had like a whole section of gacha. You have a whole section of like Hello Kitty merch. You have a whole section of My Melody, you know, Pumpkin and the White Rabbit thing. You had anime, you had One Piece, you have Pokemon, everything. It was the coolest thing. But yeah. Oh, around our last night in Osaka, we had to try ramen. This specific shop, when you order, you have what looks like vending machines outside, but basically you go in, and we were lucky. By the time when we got there was no line. When we came out, filled, fucking packed. But basically you go in front of the vending machine, you punch in what you want, and a lot of actually those vending machines has an English, you know, version, so it was super easy to order. So whenever you order, it gives you like a ticket, and you get in, and he takes the ticket, and he's like, okay, sit over there, and they're going to bring you your order. So this was chashu and the spicy version. It was so fucking good, so good. I downed the whole thing. Delicious. Okay, next morning we had to leave Osaka. We went to one of the very few cafe that opens up very early in the morning. Now, if you guys are known smoker, do not be surprised. But Japan works the old school way. AKA, you remember in the 90s? This is not making me any younger. But back in the 90s, even before, people could smoke inside restaurants. You had smoker and non-smoker area. Obviously, what's the difference? Absolutely nothing. Because the smoker area, they smoke, but the smoke goes fucking everywhere. Yeah, they smoke inside. Decoberry, if you smoke, Doris is gonna die. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But yeah. So this cafe, yeah, air just exactly, it just stopped there. This cafe actually had a smoker area, and the first time I was like, holy shit, people can still smoke inside? You could smoke in the hospital, absolutely. But here, like in cafes, in a lot of restaurants, there's smoking area and non-smoking. So it was one of the few cafe that, you know, was up very early in the morning. Now you're going to see, I took a picture, it looks like nothing, but it's funny because to me, compared to the very first breakfast that I've had in Osaka, it was like very subpar. Again, no shade, but I always take a egg sandwich because I don't like ham. So whenever they put like ham in there, and they love putting ham pretty much anywhere, I don't like it. First of all, dating myself. First of all, Japan and crust. For all of you who hates crust, Japan does the very English version of sandwiches. No crust. You will not find crust anywhere in any of the sandwiches. 2, what is whole bread? There's no such thing as whole bread over there. It's white bread. Crust lover, rise up. Listen, I fucking love crust. I was like, I am a crust fan. I love crust. So for me, when I saw all the sandwiches, I'm like, I lost real estate. I lost real estate of sandwiches. Give me back my crust. I paid for this shit. Give it to me. Where is it? But still, it's pretty good. So it's egg sandwich, there's a bit of a salad, there's cucumber that comes with 1 coffee. But it's still, to me, a little bit expensive. So I forgot how much it was, but let's say it was like around almost $9. But I'm like, bro, I ate ramen for like less than that or around that, and it's ramen. It is what it is. But we had to leave super early to actually catch a train to go. Oh, see, ham. So this is a another type of sandwich. I think my sister got this one. Egg, tomato. I think, was it cheese or salad? Ham, cucumber, and their mayo. But it's, I mean, it was good, but it's just not. That's katsu sandal that my brother-in-law got. That was a little bit too much for me. Just a little bit. I'm not, like, I can eat meat in the morning, but this was next level. But apparently it was delicious. So, oh yeah. So this, I think, on this side was the hotel of my sister. The cafe that we were in, I just took the picture, was like over there. So yeah, this was the street where we were. This is, I think, this is in front of our hotel, right over there. This was right next to a vending machine, and I think it's over there. Because that was like the last day we were at Osaka, and it's going to be the train time. So, transportation in Japan, if you plan to go, important things to plan out. Where you're going to stay, for how long, and how you're going to get from point A to point B. Japan has like so many people that you have different means to go to point A to point B. So you have like the regular old ass train, super slow, still fast, but still like slower than most. You have the Shinkansen, which is like the high-speed train, the bullet train. And you have like other options of like express train with like either express or with seated area. It's like there's a mix and match. So you really have to plan things out, because the cost of each transportation is completely different. So it could go from inexpensive to holy shit, what the heck is that? Well, not to that point, but compared to the rest of it. So this was for the Shinkansen. Because we were going from Osaka to the first one. Oh, download and install it now. Wait, hold on. Let me just, before, because I don't want to, is it? Because I don't know where. My bro, get out of here. Where is it? Okay, hold on. Dual screen. Hi, I'm back. Where is it? I think it's to go to. Oh yeah, it's to go to. We need to go there to go to Miyajima. Oh wait, there we go. So, was it Shinkansen? Yes, I believe it was. So, just like we got inside the Shinkansen because we were outside the rush hour. We managed to get some seats. However, we did get the Shinkansen at some point where it was rush hour. Not the rush hour, but it was the Shinkansen that went to Shin Osaka to Wakayama. And I believe that we took the Shinkansen that would lead all the way to Tokyo. That one was packed, so we had to stay up. We had to stay like standing up. So this is just me being seated and just like filming. Very cool thing when you look at the landscape of just Japan in general. Like you have like tall buildings, very old buildings. So it's just like me taking a picture of the from the Shinkansen going to Miyajima. Now I'm going to talk really quickly about Miyajima. Miyajima is was it? No, it's not Miyajima. Frick, where is it? I feel so bad. Wait, I'm gonna look. It's not Miyajima. Miyajima is another one where we had to take a ferry. This was in the next one. Yeah, same trip by the way, but just like different sites. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look for my spreadsheets. Because yes, my sister did a spreadsheet. Whenever we went to Japan. Okay. To Himeji. There you go. So that was the train all the way to Himeji. Himeji has the largest castle in Japan. That's the level of organization I can get behind. Let me tell you, camp is actually going to play in our favor later on, because there's a part of our trip where we needed to do like several stops. Well, several stops. We needed to go from point A to point B, and we need to stop somewhere. And thanks to a lady at a specific desk to help foreigners to figure out like what was the cheapest and most efficient way to go from point A to point B for the tickets, and she had to explain it to us, because surprisingly, Japan. So this is as I'm playing like those clips. I can talk about it. Surprisingly, in Japan, even though it is very, you might think that it's very advanced when it comes to technology, it's true, but they work a lot with paper. So if you printed out anything, hotel thing, like think old school, whenever you had to print out the Google Map like way, do it. Because it's going to help you out in some cases. Even if you live in Japan, and let's say you want to pay bills, I don't think it works with the e-transfer. Actually, you have to go to a bank and pay your bills over there. It's like they have stuff that is super advanced, but some stuff that is very like old school, basically. I still have span book notes. Yes, absolutely. So now going back, hold on, skip. We're in Himeji. As you can see, it's raining. And when we went there, it was pouring. Like the sky was pissing. Like this picture does not do any justice. And so I went and get an umbrella at the only place that was selling umbrellas whenever we came out of the train station as a tourist, not knowing that if I walked right, it's still covered, by the way. If I walk right, they have a pathway that is covered. So I could have skipped a lot of umbrella, situation. But we didn't see. So I went to Family Mart to buy an umbrella. You know the Japanese, like these ones, the clear ones, the ones that you see in the anime. It was way too much for what it was. That was 700 yen. So $7, again, not expensive. But mind you, I found the same umbrella for much cheaper at some other points. This is why it was upsetting for me. I was like, I could have paid less for this. But we needed it. So, you know what? I'm in vacation, baby. It's fine. 700 bucks. It's not a problem. It's going to be good for everyone. Because in Miyajima, I actually forgot to bring my umbrella. The one time I didn't have my umbrella with me. Now we're going to visit one of the biggest, well, actually the biggest castle in Japan, with like interior gardens and everything. Obviously, 'tis not the season, but because of this specific visit, we skipped a lot of castle visits after, because I was like, I saw the biggest one. I don't want to see the small ones. Plus, I was actually tired later on in the trip. So here's the entrance. As you can see, it's raining. You can see the top of my umbrella here. So this is the Himeji Castle, very famous castle. If you watch anime again. Now mind you, we were lucky because actually the rain made that day cooler. Later in the day, as you can see, there's still cables to prevent, as a ground, in order to prevent from the lightning from burning this building. This is so old, by the way, still made out of wood. And see those stones? There's no concrete in between. It's stacked stones. The weight of the castle is so heavy that it keeps things underneath very compact. You're going to see like the stones here. And I'm just saying, when I told you about like the buildings that whenever they went up in order to make it more stable, this is wider and it's going to grow smaller, 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 and smaller in order to, keep the building up. It's very impressive. The only reinforcement that they did in metal was done like much later on. Mostly, I think, because the wood was still like, moving around. And for structural integrity, they reinforced a little bit, but that was done like much later. So again, a lot of here, you see, like those are like bars. Some of the pictures that I took are from in between the wedges. So again, the coolest thing, because obviously as you walk around, this is still within the garden. Because you see the wall here? It's still within a castle. I'm like, holy cow. Okay, let's talk about stairs. I don't know. I don't think it does any justice on how steep that is. Obviously, this is an old school castle that was built in such a way to prevent people from attacking it. So those stairs are not made out of convenience, because let me tell you, first of all, this is more than 6 inches high. This is very much higher. This is almost vertical. This is almost like a ladder. It is very, very steep. And the top part, you can actually bump your head on it if you're not careful. So this is basically to slow down. Let's say you had like soldiers that would attack and would get in there. It would force them to go one by one, first of all. And it would allow the soldiers defending up here to, basically kill the invaders. So it's not a stairs out of convenience. However, if you have knee problems, ankle problems, this castle is going to be a fucking challenge because there's a lot of stairs. So here are the very long corridors. It's kind of like the same all around. Some of the garden views that you can see. Obviously, it's autumn, so it's not like the most beautiful views, but apparently, like a lot of these are in bloom during the summertime, during the springtime. Another shot of the stairs, because I was like, holy cow, this is steep. And as you can see here, you can bump your head here, and some of them actually they put padding to prevent you from bumping your head too hard. So this is like a trap that you can find all around. You have some on the ground floor that were used for people to, whenever they get invaded, people would just roll rocks out of it so it would fall on the people trying to get in. And you have these that are made for, I think it's archers. So people basically shooting arrows out of it. Kind of ingenious when you think about it. So a lot of these are actually taken from between those bars, as you can see here. So I had to zoom in a certain way in order to take the pictures and pray to God to not lose my camera in the process. So very long corridors. It is an old castle. Now, so when I say that a lot of like those buildings were made from wood without any nails and any metal, it's thanks to that. It's the coolest thing that I knew about because the freaking YouTube algorithm, at some point I was deep down into wood carving, God knows what, God knows why. And it's an actual like Japanese ancient technique where they embed wood pieces together in a certain way that would create like a super strong hinge, and it would support everything. And this building was actually fully made like this. The outer structure, I think there's a miniature version of what this castle looks like before you know, the plaster was put on and everything. But it's actually super interesting. Still a view from the castle. I told you about ceramics for the roof. This is ceramic, so it's super duper heavy, but it was basically made to make it even more solid and resistant with time. This is the crest of the Emperor. Again, I'm going to do a small rant in this. Assassin's Creed Shadows. There's a lot of like controversy regarding to that game, regarding those crests, the inaccuracy of Japan and everything that went with it. If they went to Japan, because they have a studio, Ubisoft Osaka, they could have went there, go through the tour, learn a little bit about this, and know what crests are, you know, important and what are not. But listen, it is what it is. My question is, how much stationery did you buy? Let me give you a preview. I know it's taking a long time. I'm so sorry. I just listen. Watercolor. Stationery. Let's talk about this. Those are 3 different versions. This is a gift. This is a gift. Hold on. Same thing here. I have another because it's like it's a 0.38. By the way, hold on. Oh yeah, this is for some of my colleagues. Let me just remove these because I have 3 different versions. Actually, no, fuck this. I'm going to show you. So those are for fingers, you know, whenever you swipe things. Because my colleagues, the ones that I bought it for, are clerks. from Daiso. So this is $1, like cute stickers. Hold on, I'm not done. This is from Daiso again. This is stamps. Hold on, let me. Can we? This fucking camera. I swear to God. Jesus Christ. Can we not? Eeh. Hi. Can you? Hello? Oh my God. Anyway, it's a cat. It's adorable cat and paw print. The lighting, I know. Sorry. One day. Another thing for the hands, you know. Oh my God. Fucking. It's because it's like shiny. It's shaped like cats. You have more like a. It's plain blue. Nothing super impressive. And you have also these colored ones. Hold on, I'm not done. More finger thingy. The reason why this is a gag gift, by the way. The reason why I got so many. Our healthcare system is so fucking busted that these, well, not cute like this, but basically these for just clerks in general are no longer sold. But they have to go through a lot of fucking paperwork a lot of the time for patients' files. And so whenever it breaks, it's over. And my colleagues, they only have one left. Yeah, exactly. Every day. So these are precious to my coworker. And so whenever they told me we don't have them anymore, we cannot order them anymore, we're not allowed to order them, I was like, bet, say less. So it's $1. Why not? Hold on. So this box has the actual sticker in the same shape. It's just like it's a box. You can keep the cat thingy in there. Obviously, this goes in there. I have another one. Did you say stickers? Yeah, sure. And there's another one that is like more long shaped. Hold on. This is also something that I got. Oh, sorry. Hair. At Daiso. It's very cute. Linen-ish. My goodness, my hair. Sorry about that. Very cute pouch. It's not too big, but I wanted to have like something. Hold on. Decoberry. I'm not done. Did you say that I was done about stationery? Did I say I was done? No. No, I'm not done. I'm not done. Washi tape. So this I got in, I think, Kurashiki. So I'm going to open it. It's fine. Washi tape is a little bit more expensive. But, hold on, how much was it? I think it's like $3.50 per washi tape. So, oh my God, fucking hell, man. Okay. Why is it not focusing on this? This is, how do people do this? Makeup people, you guys are amazing. So this is like a watermelon, you know, theme. Actually, listen, hold on. And I had to calm down, by the way, because these are expensive. I would get so many of them. But I was like, I'm not going to spend like $20 worth of washi tape. This beautiful green theme, you know, there's has like lemon slices in there, lime slices, super cute. I want to have like a different color, and this is more like the sakura, classic sakura flower kind of like theme. It's very pale, but my God. So this is the washi tape. Super cute. One. So these are gifts, by the way. I'm going to give them. I think whenever you get these, she asks you to take like a small free sticker. So I took the small cat. Oop, there we go. That's okay. Hold on. That place is a mess. Did we say stationery? Okay, hold on. I'm not done. In Wakayama, I went to the Tama, the train station master Tama. these are the stickers that were there. So you have the original Tama, who unfortunately died because it's an old cat. You have Nitama, who's probably gonna die soon because she's I think 15 years old at that point. You have Yontama, so the fourth one. I think the third one probably died already, or it didn't happen. I forgot. Yontama and Gotama. Gotama is the youngest one. I think she's like 5 or something. I have pictures of Gotama and Nitama. Now, okay, this is going to be nerd out. I'm going to show you the picture. These cats have schedules. So if you want to see a specific cat, you have to go to a specific schedule. Otherwise, the cat might not be there. Because they have work. By the way, they have 2 days of breaks, like us. I'm just saying. Hold on. Did you ask for stationery? Hold on. I have more. So again, in Wakayama, I got myself some stamps of the cats. Oh fuck. Again, the lighting. Book meeting for an appointment with all the kitties. Katie! Hello, hello. So these are stamps for these cats. Again, sorry about the lighting. One day I'm going to invest in a better camera. So those are stems. Now, Daiso. I got ink pads. Konnichiwa. Yes. Some kind of like navy blue, marine blue. This is shiny orange. I got melon soda. Has 3 colors of ink. Oh. Is this the prices? No. Okay. I got no, I'm not a professional swimmer. This is bootleg. I'm not even halfway done with my photo trip, and I'm still doing this. These are stems. Now, it's super hard. I think I'm going to take like a picture at some point and probably like post it. Neptune, hello! How are you? But these are cats, basically. So you have stems here again. This fucking reflect is impossible. You cannot see shit. But so stems are like each part has, you know, a stem. And again, same cat stamp that I got to my friends. I got it for myself too. I want one of those calendar stamps to keep seeing Japanese stationery on YouTube. Calendar stamps. You mean like the with the circle, like the sun that looks like a flower? Because you can find them like very easily in Daiso. But not all Daiso are the same size, so you might it took me a while. Like I finally found a Daiso like later on during my trip that was like filled with stationery stuff. Like filled. Because the ones that I saw before, I was like, holy shit, there's not a lot. And I was kind of like bummed out because I was expecting a lot of people were telling me, like, oh my god, Daiso is amazing. There's so many things in there. And I'm like, there is, but it's not that much stationary stuff. So yeah. Hold on. Let me put it back so I can go back to, oh, well, never mind. Just a full calendar you can change every day and put it in your journal? Ooh, probably. I honestly didn't pay too much attention. That's why I couldn't fit in your suitcase. I'm not even done yet. You didn't see the snacks. Like, I'm going to show you part of the snacks, by the way. Part of the snacks. These are ramen cups. I have these. I have a ceramic that I brought back. I have a lot of things. So yeah, there was a small interlude plus the 3 art books that I got. So let's go back to the to the program thing. Let me go back to this. So yes, back in Himeji. So this is just one of the tiles that you can find on top of the castle. Super duper heavy. It is ceramic, so it's cooked, very resistant, and it has like the crest of the emperor in it. Again, more views of Himeji Castle. So as we got in and out, so those pictures were more of like the outer here, like those long corridors where servants were, where guards stayed at to keep guard. We're not even inside the castle yet. So now, as you can see here, there's no cement, there's no nothing. It's just like stacked rocks. And with the weight of the building, so it's all, remind yourself, it's all made, like the structure, the main structure is all made out of wood. The only thing that made the thing heavy and kind of like compact those rocks are the roof tiles. I think it weighs like several tons. So yeah, as we get progressively like closer and closer, you're going to see like different angles from the castle. Like I said, biggest castle in Japan. So once I did that, I was like kind of like spoiled. Now, those windows, interestingly, had different shapes. Because, and I forgot which one did which. One of them were for muskets, so basically long guns, and the other ones were for archers. And as you can see, those weird ass like half an inch step almost, like no, this is like 3 inches. It goes like 3 inches. It's irregular. 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, and I'm like, what the heck is? I mean, so like I said, if you have knee problems, beware. I found efficient and organized. Yes, this is actually the coolest thing. This is ceramics, and I was like, this is actually a very cool idea of, again, Animal Crossing people. Just aesthetically, I was like, this is cool. You have like excess ceramics, you can put it there, and it creates some kind of like gutter. That's cool. Again, getting closer to the castle, still outside, mind you, because it was still off, on and off raining. It was not as hot as in the afternoon. Because we arrived like super early, it was not that bad. But when we left, it was packed, my friends. And I would have hated it if we went that late, because there were so many people. It was so freaking hot that I was like, nope, this is not going to happen. So still taking pictures between those, you know, here, those things. These are still pictures that I took from in between those bars. So you really have to squeeze in your camera in there. This was a site from inside, so I'm on the other side of this, the equivalent of this. Now, mind you, inside is like very empty. It's very dark, and it's fine because it's an old ass castle. Some of the view still inside the castle premises. As you can see, the castle, the territory of the castle, you still have, wait, all of this is still part of the castle. So it's pretty big. Now, again, like I told you before, I didn't take too many pictures from inside because it's very like empty, dark spaces, but it's pretty big. This was on top of it. Now, historically, I think the place was super, like ancient Japan. I think everything was closed off. And then they had a project of making like windows all around, but they kind of like stopped halfway and it stayed like this towards the end. So this is actually like a shrine on top of it. A close-up of one of the fishes that back in the days, whenever they put it there, was believed that it was to prevent from the building, for the building to not burn because of lightning strikes. because this is a water element, and it's like said that because there has a water element, it would prevent the building from catching on fire. Whether it's working or not, question mark, but it's pretty cool. Again, this is how dark it is, because the picture I couldn't make it like very clear. Maybe my brother managed to get some good pictures, but just those are like very, like, it's like this. It's like very barren. There's not much left because obviously nobody lives in the castle anymore. Now, I told you about the structure of the castle being all made out of wood. No nails, no nothing. This is what it looks like before everything else was built. Like other walls. There's some structures, beams. I think there's 3 big like structure beams that are central, that I think balance the whole thing. Yeah, it's just a frame. It was made out of wood, and then the rest is like plaster. But it's still, can you believe that? This is just handmade. Hold on. Oh my god. Neptune, I'm doing fine. Looks like you had an amazing trip. How are you doing? I hope I said that I was doing okay. If I missed a comment, I'm so sorry. But yeah, so all the views, the fog thing on top of the mountain was like so cool. So this is actually going down like a puzzle. It is like a puzzle. Now, at that point, things were starting to be a little bit hotter. The coolest thing. This is yuzu. Yeah, it's yuzu. Yuzu lemons. So whenever you come out, this is one of the gates. It's super ornate. Then whenever you walk around, you have like all the parks, so big ponds and everything. But again, for super rich people back in the days. So the shogun, I believe, unless I'm completely mistaken. If I'm mistaken, please correct me. Okay. The story about this udon bowl. Oh my god. So at this point, outside, scalding hot. It's so fucking hot outside. The sun came out, just cleared out. Obviously, I have an umbrella that is not UV blocking because it's fucking clear. Take me back with you. Katie, I'm telling you, I'd be down to go back. I'd be like, I'm gonna say I'm going back, first of all, but with a very small group, I'd be willing. So this place in Himeji. So we walked around and we're kind of like looking for a place to eat. And we're kind of like, obviously we use Google, we kind of bummed around. I was like, okay, I don't know what to eat. We see this one Japanese guy in front of a shop. And I look and I read udon. I was like, yeah, it's udon. We haven't had udon at that point yet. We had ramen, we had okonomiyaki, we had takoyaki at that point, but no udon. And so I was like, you know what? Let's try. So we get in line because it opens at 11. I'm telling you, first of all, these udon, what kind of caught our attention? The owners of this shop are old people. How many reservations did you just walk in? A lot of walk-in. Lots of it. Actually, I think we had no reservation ever. Yeah. So it's an old couple owning that shop. It's a very small place, and the server was like younger, but the chef is old. He's hand pulling those noodles. He's hand pulling. And I'm like, let's go. 11 strikes. Dude, the dude before us comes in. We get in. I ordered, this is kitsune udon. So this is wakame, long green onion. This is a tofu pouch that is simmered in a delicious broth. This is a clear, I think, dashi stock with hand-pulled noodles. Very simple. This is because I think the noodles is called menme. So this is a menme. This is bonito flakes with, there's a raw egg with long green onions. Underneath you have the broth and you have the udon noodles. Delicious. My sister and my brother took that. And this is what my brother-in-law took with beef. I think it's, I forgot which one, but all the noodles were hand pulled. Let me tell you, from ordering these, okay, from entering, sitting at the table, ordering the food, receiving for the food to be prepped, to be served, we ate and paid 20 minutes. It took us 20 minutes to do all that and to get the fuck out of here. By the time we came out 20 minutes later, the line was insane outside. There were so many people going, like, waiting to go to that restaurant. It's very efficient. So mind you, whenever you go to Japan and you go with a group, Japan is not really, so it's very occidental to sit down and sit at a table and talk. Over there, you go there, you eat, you get the fuck out. If you want to talk, you go to an izakaya or a place where you go, you know, drink and snack a little bit. But if you go to a restaurant like this, especially a mom and pop shop, because it's so small, just go in, get out. The dude that came before us, I think he did all of what we did in 20 minutes. He did in like 10 or 15. I'm like, holy shit, that dude is fast. But the best udon noodles I've ate. Now, because it was hot as fuck, I needed to taste some matcha ice cream. This is matcha ice cream. This is ojicha ice cream. Ojicha is roasted green tea with like some cereals on top, so some red bean paste. Underneath it has like cornflakes. So this is like a parfait that I took, so it was a little bit more expensive. It is, in my opinion, compared to other places where I saw green tea ice cream, this was a little bit more on the expensive side. This was $8. This was a little bit less. It's like $6, so 600 yen. Have you played Midnight Ramen? Is Kucho Sorghum? No, I haven't. I have to take notes of it. Midnight Ramen. Hold on. Let me actually write it down. Midnight Ramen game. Cool. I'll take note of that. I took note. So this is like 600 yen for, again, the dual matcha swirl. So regular matcha, ojicha, which is green tea still, but roasted. Delicious. Surprisingly, not that sweet, which I really, really, really appreciated. Japanese people do not do too sweet, which, again, I think the only thing that was too sweet was I think a chestnut bread that I got at 7-Eleven. Again. So where was it? Oh. Am I still in Himeji? I think I am. Yeah. So we went... No. I think this is Hiroshima. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. I should have taken a landmark or something. So I think this is a park that was kept. It's not an ancestral park. We had one ancestral park that was back from the samurai era, but this was not one of them. Still beautiful garden, hot as fuck. It's not Hiroshima, because otherwise I would have seen... I'm still confused on the timeline here. I forgot where it was. Because I did like several cities in a row. Maybe if I looked into my sister spreadsheets, I would be able to tell you. But it's kind of crazy. This is still in the middle of the city. Hold on. Is it Himeji? Nah, I'm pretty sure it's not. This has to be Hiroshima. Wait. Hiroshima. Peace Memorial, Atomic Bomb Dome. Okay. I think this is Hiroshima. I just remember that I got bit by mosquitoes then. By the way, the mosquitoes in Japan, it's next level. I had to buy a cream in order to prevent the swelling because that shit was crazy. And it was itchy. And surprisingly, the medication for mosquito bites, so the equivalent of afterbite but in Japanese, it's a class 3 medication. So either you have a prescription for it, or if you buy it at the counter, and this is where my brother-in-law was like kind of like, I don't know what's going on, because the lady couldn't speak English. She kept on pointing a thing which he tried to Google translate that basically said something along the line of like, you have to say that if you buy this and you use it, you do not hold the store responsible if there's anything that happens to you. So it's basically just like, listen, this is an NDA. Oh, yeah. Okay. Medication will be strong, but the mosquitoes are stronger. I mean, it's not that strong. That's the thing. Hold on. Where is it? Here. It was in Hiroshima. What the heck? I stayed a very long time just for this. Because I just wanted to... I just wanted to hear that. I just wanted to hear the talk towards the end. So it was a kind of like the coolest thing. Hold on, let me go back to here. Can you travel with it? I traveled back. To go, by the way, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Because my mistake was to not buy mosquito repellent, because in Osaka I didn't get bitten. In Hiroshima was the first time I got bit. Because in Himeji I didn't get bit. It's just on the third city that I was like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? And by the way, in 5 minutes I got bit like maybe 9 times. Shit is crazy. Now mind you, sun is clear, as you can see. Umbrella with the hat on, like, because shit is hot. It is hot. Yeah, it's wait, no, it's still Himeji. Reason why, like I said, obsessed with those it's not fire hydrant, my god, manhole covers. There you go. I'm still obsessed with them. Yeah, okay, so we were still in Himeji, but inside the gardens of Himeji Castle. Yeah, I think it's that. Because it was like on the outskirt. So you leave the castle here, you go out, you travel left, and then you go to the garden. There you go. Woo! I got it. Because the crane is a symbol of Himeji, and Himeji. Oh, okay. This, I think... Oh, nope, sorry. By the way, the channel I was watching was Girl with Dogs. She grooms pets, and it's very funny. So, I want to... The train in Japan scare the crap out of me. Whenever you hear that, it's basically, yeah, please stay behind the yellow line. There's a reason for that. If you stay, actually, the controllers, it rings for a long time. The controllers are going to fucking yell at you to step away, because there are some fucking idiots that want to take a picture of the incoming train here. But the problem is, if you stay here, you can get hit. The reason why I'm not moving too much is because there's an actual dude and I didn't want to film him. But it rings for a long time. And this is the Shinkansen. This is the high-speed train. It's not the scariest. The scariest is actually whenever you have to take the regular train or whenever can you hear that? That fucking loud ass sound is another train coming. It's so fucking loud, guys. The first time I heard it, it made me jump. I was like, holy shit, what the fuck is this? And this is inside the Shinkansen. So we're going to Himeji, now to Hiroshima. Again, plain view. Shinkansen, funny thing, if you want to get inside a specific Shinkansen, because there's themes to Shinkansen, I went inside the Hello Kitty Shinkansen. There's a One Piece Shinkansen that came out. There's like, sky is the limit. So go crazy. You see where they go from and where they come from at what time. So if you want a specific Shinkansen, you can time yourself to get it. So some pictures that I took whenever we arrived at Hiroshima. This is a Hiroshima style okonomiyaki. So Osaka style, it's batter, cabbage, whatever meat that you take, and then egg. And usually it looks like this with the sauce on and drizzle with a little bit of mayonnaise. Hiroshima style, some say it's better. For me, it's different. Both are still fucking delicious. It has yakisoba in it. And it is using bacon. But it's not, we're not talking about like slabs of bacon like in North America. We're talking about like tiny pieces. Still fucking delicious. Now this store. Hiroshima, you start, finding less and less English-speaking people. This is a very, very small shops, like very small. And the old man that owns it, whenever we got in, he was like dozing off. He was dozing off, and he saw like, okay, we're stranger, but we managed to, because he said on his menu, so there's only like 3 items, like for the okonomiyaki, and he said that there's only the Hiroshima style because the rest of it was like out of ingredients or something. So it's actually very common that sometimes they don't have any more ingredients for one, so they said they don't have this anymore. So we got the Hiroshima style. Delicious, loved it. Gotta make food now? Yes, Mama Cat. Don't worry about it. So Hiroshima. This is the time where I got bit by mosquitoes. It is, I think, still important to see. If you want to visit Japan, this is a piece of very important piece of history that is very sad, traumatic, to be honest. This is the Hiroshima Dome. This is the ground zero from when the bomb actually happened. This structure was one of the very, 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 very few buildings that actually remained standing. The craziest part, you see those black the black lines. This is a remain of what they call the Black Rain. So after the bombing, obviously, the bombing was so... Again, there's no pictures inside the Hiroshima Museum, and I'm going to explain why, and I'm going to talk about, like, again, tourists. But basically, after the bomb happened, there was, like, a lot of fire, scalding and everything, and because of the cloud and the smoke and everything, what fell down for the rain was black rain. So, unfortunately, radioactive rain. It left these. It actually stained the wall, and they kept it that way. They kept it that way because there was like a history of like, should we destroy this to forget about Hiroshima? but it decided to be like, you know what, fuck it, we're going to keep it because it's important to remember. You're going to see there's a lot of greenery and parks and open spaces in Hiroshima. It's very peaceful, but it's for a reason, because of the past history. Here's a crazy part. So there's like a lot of monuments. They made these for, I think, the children. From what I understood is there was a lot of like children that were forced into labor around like 12 years old. They all died, by the way. And so they made like this monument. I forgot the imagery, but I know that those are doves. And it's like a column of light, usually during the night. And it's just like to make their way to heaven, basically. With like a deity, like an angel, basically, for them. And those are cranes. So if you go to Hiroshima and you are making origami cranes, there are boxes for you to donate your cranes, and they're going to attach it. And once they make 1,000, because they say that if you fold 1,000 cranes, it's going to make a wish come true. And so whenever they have 1,000, they make a lanyard and they hook it. So this is like a symbol of peace, basically, and also like a symbol of hope. But yeah. So as you can see, open spaces, very big, beautiful. Actually, this is underneath because the heat was actually super hot. So as you can see, lots of people. I managed to take a picture from there, but this was something. So this is like an arch of peace, I believe. That is a fountain. There's a flame over there, I believe, of peace. Couldn't see it much during the day because it's like very bright. And you have the Hiroshima Dome here. And so it's all aligned, so you get to see all of it. There you go. So you have the arch. A lot of people like still bringing flowers, burning incense out of it. You have the flame here that you can really see because obviously it's during the daytime. You see it more during the nighttime with the pond, and you have the dome over there. I had to actually make a line to take that picture, which was crazy because people were cutting in, and I was like, "Hello, can't you see I'm trying to take a picture here?" Rude ass people. So like lots of imagery of this. Now there you go. This is the crazy part. So in the memorial, you have a picture of this part, like a 360 picture of what it looked like after the bombing. You see this. Everything else is destroyed. Everything is destroyed. There's nothing left. It's all gone. And again, going to speak very quickly about the reason why I didn't take any pictures inside the museum. First of all, it's not a fun museum, you know. Not having manners in places to remember is next level rude to me. Camp, hold on. It gets worse. This is, again, I don't know where she came from. She's Caucasian, but I don't know where she came from. She could be from Europe, I don't care. She was solo traveling, by the way. When you go inside a memorial, and this is still something because, again, it's going to make you emotional for a good reason. Whenever you go there, like I said, the first room that you actually see is a picture of Hiroshima, the way that it was destroyed in a 360 manner. There's also like a short video, like a reproduction, like it's a platform, like so it's a circle, large circle, and it has a screen, and it shows you how Hiroshima looked like before, where the bomb landed, and how it looked like after the strike, and you could see around you the destruction. The reason why I didn't take any pictures, because again, like you said, it's a place of remembrance. It's not a fun place. It's not a fun story. It should never have happened, but it did, and we should learn from that. there was one lady that were taking pictures of fucking everything. When I'm telling you everything, inside, and this is why, if you have a very sensitive heart, you can skip a lot of this. But there's actual pictures of burnt kids, burnt people, dying people. You have a lot like imagery of like survivors drawing what they remember from it. And so like lots of like bloody pictures all around. She took pictures of that. And I'm like, wait, what is the purpose of this? I'm pretty sure if I Google Hiroshima bombing, I do not need to take pictures inside the museum to have a result of how horrendous it was. Yeah. Insane, the building is still insane. Yes, it's insane. It's crazy. It's good that you were able to see it brings. It would be a difficult place to visit. Yes. Would have been a somber experience. Bro. Even talking about it, it's like still crazy. Because you go there and you have elderly like people that just they lived that. Either their grandparents were there or they were around that time where there were little kids that lived outside Hiroshima and they lost family members. It is mind-blowing to me that you go to a place like this and you take pictures, and I'm like, those are dead people. Like, and I know maybe she's like, oh, but I need to remember. I'm like, bitch, just Google it. I don't feel the need to take pictures of things that I can see. Exactly. This bitch, bro. I was like, and she was like taking pictures of fucking everything. You could hear people like crying, like older folks crying. And you know, at the time, especially for the injuries and everything, personally, it's not necessarily what got me, because I'm unfortunately very used to see injuries, but it's just like, I guess, the sense of loss that it created. Because there's a lot of like, obviously my sister, after a while, she kind of skipped reading because it's a lot of the story, not to minimize anything, but the story basically were a bit the same in the sense of like, you could see a lot of the suffering through the testimonies, because they were kind of like showing you what are the different symptoms whenever people got radiated by the bombings. So from like black spots to bleeding gums to eventually like having diarrhea to vomit, and then eventually die. Losing their hair, yeah, was one of them too. So it's just like they describe it in like a lot of details. So like I said, if you're very sensitive to that, you can skip those parts. I personally think that it's still important to have like a full picture of the impact. Crazy part. Between the bombing, it took anywhere between, what was it? 15 to 20 years before the world decided that maybe we should stop creating nuclear bombs. And I'm like, it took you 15 years to decide that? After all this? It even explains how Hiroshima unfortunately was picked. It's picked at random, by the way. They had like 5 cities. And, well, not totally at random, let's face it. But one of the city that they decided to bomb, I think the weather didn't allow a good bombing. Plus, the way it was situated for the dome, it was very easy for the Air Force to target, and that's why Hiroshima was taken as a target. Now, mind you, for those of you who are history buff, there is something that came up before Hiroshima. which was for the USA, was Pearl Harbor. Again, not pushing blame here. I'm just saying a TLDR is how, and you can translate it to whoever you want in history, but it's how one fucking person who made a decision out of a fucking power trip for whatever the fucking reason made a wrong decision that cost the life of many people for nothing. Now, was the response to Pearl Harbor adequate with a nuclear bomb? I personally don't think so, because holy shit, that's horrible. And by the way, Hiroshima was bomb 1. Nagasaki was like 3 years after? What the fuck? Why? And then after it's like, oh, maybe we should stop. Okay, cool. So yeah, Hiroshima. We ate. This is a small diner. This is the first time we tried katsukare, but the cheap version. Cheap version, like, was. This is what office worker would eat. This is like cheap. This is like probably, I would say, $6 per plate or something. So this is supposed to be like beef patties fried with the curry. So very basic onion. This is a beef piece, pickled bell pepper with rice. Very filling, very delicious. 10 out of 10. Was a good first exposure as curry. But hold on, I tried another curry that beat this one by a landslide, and it converted me to Japanese curry forever. So this is an ancestral garden. So this is a garden that was preserved. Was it this one? It's not this one again. No, it is this one. That was kind of like that survived, basically. Was it survived or was it rebuilt? But it's an old ass like Japanese garden. Some of them, by the way, this is a close-up. It's because they have a lot of like moss situation that I'm like, this is so pretty. This is also a close-up because I find it like the perspective was interesting. The fact that this is inside a city is wild. Yes, this is Hiroshima because this is exactly where I started like itching like a fucking crazy. I remember I was sitting on this specific bench where I took this picture and I was like, this is itchy. This is so itchy. And I was like scratching myself a lot. This island over there, before this dude came in, was filled with tortoise. Tortoise? Yes. But like beautiful, peaceful garden. It looks like it's huge. Over there, you see it's like very like close. You have a look of kois that sometimes come in, and you have like turtles that just like swims, and sometimes they like close to you, as you can see, koi fishes, and they were huge, by the way. They are well fed. They are very well fed. But yeah, so the garden, it's not super big. It looks immense. It is big, but it's not like, oh my, I'm going to get lost for like 3 hours. It's not like you can do the turn pretty fast. Over there, I think there was like you could pay to assist like was it a tea ceremony thing? I know it was like the I forgot the festival where the moon rabbit like beats the mochi and you eat it. There's a ceremony for that too, but we didn't pay, which is wanted to walk around. So a lot of like, actually, this is moss. This is crazy. This is on a tree trunk. And you have like the most random like shit like growing. This was actually very immense. These are morning glories. This was as big as my hand. The flower. Immense. So very like pretty colors. Bamboo grows. It's a small one. It's not Kyoto. These are wisteria trees again. Still not the season to see them. But yeah, so like lots pictures of the park. I'm skipping almost like through a lot of these. Same picture, just different zoom and angle. But oh yeah, going here. Those gardeners, they're all super duper old. They are in shape, my guys. They tend to the gardens, they rake the dead leaves, they move things around. Wouldn't want to go near that bamboo forest in Kyoto. No, I know, it's packed with people. I think Kyoto is going to be one place we want to visit next year. But yeah, I'm gonna think about that with my sister. It's first of all, in the small bamboo grove that we had, there's still idiots that carved inside. It's the closest I'll ever get. Please. There's still like idiots that carved into the bamboo, and I'm like, nobody care about your couple that nobody like knows about. So yeah, this is again manhole of Hiroshima sewer system. I'm like, we need that in Canada, please. All over. I want to go to Japan to eat. The food looks amazing. It is amazing. They're probably not even together anymore. Yeah, exactly. Okay, here's an interesting thing. The reason why I took this shot. First of all, again, cyclist. I'm telling you, you will... I didn't get hit by a cyclist, but you could get hit by a cyclist. So mind you, there's a lot of passageways that are like this in Japan that leads you to point A to point B. So it's a long ass corridor underground that leads you all the way to another side, just like straight up. And sometimes like there's like side corridors that brings you to another like exit. There's a lot of them, so use them wisely. Yeah, there's still Hiroshima. Yes. Fire a little bit more visible at night when we were... It's not even night, it's dusk. Bridge illuminated with the dome. Okay. We splurged that night. We went to get yakiniku. This is a drink. I think this is was it sake? Like it's a... I think it's a yuzu sake with soda on top. So just like carbonated water. The sauces, I didn't take a picture because I was too hungry, but they gave us like a appetizer, pieces of meat there. Yakiniku is yaki, so grilled, niku, meat, so just grilled meat. Okay, let's talk about this. 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. This $20. Yep. Those actually, and by the way, less good than this. And this was cheaper. I think it was like was this $17 or $16 or something? I'm talking $16 in Canadian. In Japanese, this is 2,000 yen. 1,600 yen. These were more expensive, and again, different types of meat. It's $20 for a crummy club sandwich here. I know. But $20 for 4 pieces of meat? Katie. Per person in total, it cost... It was like probably like $40 per person. $40. And I ate just this, by the way. This was my portion. My sister took the same. My brother had this and this piece. It's not even Kobe beef. It's not Kobe beef. This is regular ass beef. We didn't even eat Kobe beef. It's less expensive than Kobe beef. But it was, listen, it's delicious. Okay, it's delicious. But it was like the most splurgy food that we had. $40. Let me tell you, for $40, I can tell you a lot of things you could eat for less than that. That could fill you up. So this is actually splurging for not a whole lot of meat. Like, after that, we actually went to a combini, so a family mart, I believe. We took something to eat or to snack on, imagine. But still delicious. Absolutely delicious. These cuts are more... So if in North America you go to a Korean barbecue, this is the closest. And I like it better. But it's delicious. Now, Miyajima. You have to take the ferry to go there. Let me tell you, the island is fucking beautiful. It's beautiful. But if there's bad weather, there's no ferry. So you're kind of stranded there. Food is a little bit more expensive on the island. But on your way there, you're going to see that Torii Gate again. But from afar, because this is Miyajima. This is the island. And there's one very big Torii Gate. And this Miyajima is known for one of its temple that whenever the tide is high, looks like the temple floats on water. I did not take too many pictures of it. Reason why: 1, too many peoples. 2, it was hot as heck. My brother has more, so I'm kind of like waiting for him to show me more. But I absolutely loved that place. Karepan. Curry bread. My sweetheart. I took one with tomato curry. So those are like bread pieces that are fried on top. It was so good, guys. It has no business on being this good. And it was like, what, $6 or something? And I'm like, why is it so expensive? And I'm eating it so fast. It looks, listen. Ugh. I miss it. It had not really meat in there. Like potatoes. Listen. Let's get in there. Okay. Potatoes, carrots, onions. It's just a curry inside fried dough. Like, what is there not to like? The paper was like greasy. I'm like, yes, because it's fried. Thank you. By the way, because whenever we arrived, we left so early that it was like, bitch, I'm hungry. So we ate like way before everything like was open. So this is like probably like a 10 a.m. munch for me. But yes, so here's Miyajima. So again, you have take the ferry, you go all the way there. Lots of hotel in there that are very expensive. I looked at the price, it's like $170 per night. Mind you, when you think about it, in Osaka during the Expo Osaka, you could go around $150 to $180. The cheapest hotels that I've had outside of Osaka, of course, were $70 like $75 per night. Like, so when you tell me it's almost like $200 a night, it is for me expensive, because you can find like much cheaper places. Obviously, Miyajima, beautiful. It's, look at this pathway. And on this island, you also have wild deers. But I've been to Nara, so for me, wild deers, I'm like, whatever. I've seen deers everywhere. Still took a picture though. This one was just chilling. It's just like, just there, not moving. Quite peaceful. So, one of the first torii gate that you go through. So, pathway, sand, beaches, pretty, like it's a pretty cool place, to be honest. And I'm getting closer to the torii gate. You're going to see those torii gates several times because I'm moving around. But we were actually very lucky because the tide was high, and so the temple was actually, I think you can see it. Yeah. Here is where the water rises. But if you go there on the low tide, you can see like the pylons underneath. But the coolest part about this temple is that whenever it's the high tide is there, it looks like, really, because of the reflection specifically, it has like the coolest effect of it all. And okay, now the reason why I only have a picture from the side and here, this is zoom in, because see one of those lanterns, you have one straight in the middle. This line, wait, this line, I have to go, no worries, Neptune. Like I said, I'm going through all this. I'm going to showcase some of the goodies that I got. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Good night. See here, you have one lady posing. By the time I got to here, a fucking crowd of people jumped in. This line was insane. And I was like, I am not going to wait to take this picture because someone have to, by the way, it's one person that just sits and pose because they want to have the fucking lantern and have the torii gate right aligned. And sometimes it's a group of like 5 to 10 people and they want all single individual pictures. I'm like, bro, don't you see the line? And it's not like they take one picture and like, okay, go. No. I take one, I have to retake it. Can you take 3? I'm like, bitch. Can you see, do you see the sky? Do you remember when I told you it's like 86 Fahrenheit or like around 30 degrees Celsius out there? I was not looking cute. I was sweating fucking bullets. I am not going to stay in the blazing sun for you guys to move along. I would be the same, would spend so much time in line and nobody got time for that. Exactly. We need to take a pic or something. You can Google, it's like, camp, we are the same travelers. We are the same traveler. So here's one of the cool part. Obviously, we had no access to this. You see those pylons underneath? So that's the thing. Whenever you have a low tide, you see a lot of it. And I believe that you can, I think, you can walk around the temple whenever it's a low tide. I believe, unless it's not. But we had it at the coolest because otherwise, like, but it's out. So you start over there. You have like a corridor. You'll have over there. Look, bro. Look at that line. Look at that line. It goes all the way to here, by the way. Plus people standing on the side waiting for this line to go down. This is for the fucking... Wait. This is for this picture. The bell and the torii gate like aligned. What is this? This is unacceptable. No. No. Cancel that. Cancel that. I'm just saying. This is my gripe. Miyajima, So obviously you have like a lot of like old school like buildings, as you can see. You know, the stone ponds, like the stone path, but the water like rose. Coolest part, this is not I think this is salt water. This is all salt water. But it was so fucking hot. Oh my god, it was so fucking hot in there. We walked, I think there was like a park that we were supposed to visit. It was so hot that we were like, we're gonna cancel this. Because by the time we got to almost the top, I was like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This is the coolest part. So obviously there's a lot of like, this is something that my sister would like to do at some point. There's a lot of temples. There's like 88 temples around Japan. Gotta go. No worries, Naru. Don't worry. Bye. Have a nice day. It's been good to see you. So there's 88 like temples to visit. It is like a pilgrimage from temple to temple. We'd like to do that with my sister. So here's a cool thing. It's very funny and it's very cute. But a lot of like those statues, people would crochet like obviously red like scarves, hats for the Buddha statues, and it would like adorn the statue with it. Now mind you, there's moss growing on it, so you know how long it's been. And so this path, as you can see, a lot of like Buddhas with like small hats instead of like bald head. And which was actually interesting because I think people like left like small gifts in there. So it's a path with like a lot of like different Buddha statues. This one has a lot of staircase also, and like lots of nooks and crannies where you can find like different Buddha statues. That was like actually pretty interesting. This was like a peace bell or something. Obviously I didn't fully like read what it was. I didn't ring it. But those two Japanese ladies, again, I because they were aligned to get there, so I was like, I need to take a picture before I had to keep on going. But I think they were on the pilgrimage because they were like actually praying at different hotels, like altars. So you get there. I think I had like a close-up of this, the peace crane, but like in metal. Bro, at this height, it was so hot. I was drenched. Again, like I said, impossible for me to look cute there. This is a Tengu, like a mountain god, a mountain guardian. So whenever you see these, at least it's in Buddhism, it's like covered with sutras. Whenever you go up, usually you roll the sutras. So you pass your hand and you roll them. But yeah, so that's up. That thing here, that's not the light, it's fog. I don't know why. There was like fucking fog out of nowhere. I was like, there's no machine. What the fuck is going on? But this is like almost at the top of the mountain in Miyajima. And this is one of the places where there's a lot of like Buddha statues. On the side here, there's the 12 zodiac signs. And I think you can, I believe you can because you can donate at some point and put an Emma. So Emma, I think it's like a shortened word of like, because back in the days, they would donate a horse. They would tie the horse to a pole as a donation. But obviously, it's a horse. So that's a lot, you know, to give. So they switched it to Emmas, which is like almost like a pun on it. So it's like a wooden board that has like it has different like drawings or symbols on it depending on what you wish for, and you have to write your wish on it if you go to Japan. So this is just superstition, okay? Because whenever they have a lot, they end up burning it. Whenever you go to Japan, do not read other people's messages, because it is said that if you read it, the wish do not come true. Almost like you wish upon a star and someone asks you, what did you wish for? And you tell them what the wish is about, so the wish doesn't come true. So I'm just saying, you would be very tempted to read it because a lot of Emmas, it's actually just a wooden board and people write on it. And I could see, like, bro, there was some girl that actually took a picture. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I know my nosy ass, I want to read. So, but anytime I pass by it, I was like, nope, 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 I'm not going to read it. It's funny how a lot of the churches and temples like keep seeing like credits, Apple Pay machines because don't carry cash. In that place, it's cash only, baby. So lots, yeah. So those are like all the altars. So you see here, I think you can see, you can donate. You can take one of the Emmas and you can write behind. So this is obviously the boar, dog, rooster, monkey. Yeah, okay. This is another sheep, goat, horse, the snake. Listen. So, what happened here? Why is I was like, why is it so derpy? I love it, but I'm like, what happened? The eye is not even. The eye is not. No, the eye was not it. Obviously, dragon, rabbit, tiger, bull, mouse. That one was super cute. But yes, so those are the 12 zodiac signs. Is there pig? Huh. I think I forgot to put pig because that's one of the zodiac. Pig, no, boar. Never mind. So lots of Buddha statues. That one was cute with the frog. So in Miyajima, we also ate udon. These are not hand pulled. These are the commercial udon noodles. Flashes of fruit baskets? Yes. Exactly. So these are more commercial udon noodles. That's me for sure, the snake. And you... Like, it was a lot more than a hand pulled. Like, finishing this bowl of udon took me longer than the one that I had in Himeji. So this is tempura, wakame, long green onion, with noodles with a regular clear broth, nothing else. This was it just the one of my sister? I think it is. This is fried oysters. Daikon radish pickled on rice. Pretty sure it's that. Yes, because I took this one. So this is fried oyster, pretty delicious. This was mine, so same udon bowl. This is unagi, so this eel. Still delicious, with a little bit of rice and the pickles. This is, I think this was pork. And this has like a miso soup. This is a pork and rice, so like a donburi, I think. That was fish cake, I think. My brother-in-law wanted to try it. Still pretty delicious. I mean, it's fried. Listen, anything goes. And I think my brother-in-law took the same thing, a donburi. So again, fire sewage system thing. Yeah, okay. Still in Miyajima. This is our trek way up. Way up. So this is like you go up the mountain. Go up and up and up. Pretty, it's like, it's good if you like hiking. This is 10 out of 10, one trail. Like the trail is actually very long. To go around, it's like 2 hours. Did we do it? Absolutely not. Because like I said, it was hot as balls. And I was like, no. I'm not gonna die up there, you know? Because as you go up, it grew hotter and hotter. But guess what I found? It was so cute. That shit was huge. My inner, I didn't dare to go inside. It had like a lot of like, as you can see, Totoro and Miyazaki, like Studio Ghibli like merch in there. Listen, the reason why I didn't go in there because listen, I go in there, it's over. Did you feel like you packed well, or were you like, next time I'll be sure to bring so and so? I actually quote unquote overpacked, but I didn't pack much. So I could probably like bring even less, but I am someone who don't really pack much already, but I feel like I could have packed less. I'll tell you like what to bring really, but that's at least for me. I'm very minimalist, and in I think the hotel in Hiroshima, I had access to a washer, no dryer, washer. But I had like a cord to hang my my laundry on that I bought. That saved me a lot of time. Plus, I mean, I switched the because obviously outside you can hang it outside, but the metal rod was like so small that I was like, I'm going to dry like one shirt and that's it. So what I did was like I hung it inside. I switched the AC to dehumidifier, and I was like, listen, let's pray. And it worked. But because of that, because I had places where I could wash my clothes, I could pack like half of my clothes, and it was fine. So on our trip back to Miyajima, and we had to take, this is just a regular ass train, but it had like a theme, you know, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Okay, let's talk about this. The next picture. Oh my god, this cafe. I couldn't take a picture. The reason why. Can I actually find... I think I can find the name of the place. Let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Because I took a... There you go. Japan. My goals to travel usually fit my clothes in a backpack and one suitcase. Souvenirs. Camp. Yes. Yes. That's what we did. Mikul Cafe, Japan, Hiroshima. Bro, don't do me like this. I found it. This cafe was the most cottagecore cafe ever. But it was by far the best coffee I've had. Best coffee. Bar none. We haven't had like a meal yet there. Now, mind you, I'm going to tell you like how much it costs for everything that we ordered. But it's like so small and cute. But look at this. It's like they create the cutest shit. Coffee. This is like a pie. I forgot which one. Apple pie, I think. Egg and toast with pudding. Pudding is what I took. It has healing vibes. Listen. It's the cutest small shops. Like I said, I didn't dare to take pictures because obviously there was like a lot of people. I didn't dare to take any pictures. But the inside was everything. The inside is just like, oh my god. I fucking love this place. Very... Okay, calm down. Very cottagecore. Very cottagecore. So matcha, ojicha. This is coffee jelly on the side, or tea jelly. with puff pastry on top. The oh my god, whipped cream. I think this is adzuki bean. But the vibe is like immaculate. By the way, if you like your bacon crispy, don't order bacon in Japan. It's not crispy. It's not going to be crispy. That's my only gripe. And also, the pieces of bacon are small, very small. I like my bacon a little bit, you know, I'm gonna say thicker, but you know, longer stripes. Sorry, I can't really zoom too much like this, but yeah. So this is a small coffee shop I went to. Very, very cozy. And it's like everything like is handwritten. It's very cute. Okay. Pudding. Okay, this is what I ordered. The pudding was $6.30 for this. It is the richest and creamiest pudding I ever tasted. The richest by far. Nope, not this one. I think for the parfait, was it there? Where is it? There's no parfait. It was it was more expensive for the parfait, but it was like, it was so fucking, it's huge. Oh, there you go. Talk about cottagecore. So you have like the cashier is here. You have like all the girls are in this small booth. For us, because we were like a quote-unquote bigger group, because a lot of the places in Japan are mostly made for like either single person, couples. But if you're like four, they're going to send you elsewhere. So in the back, there had like a table of four. But oh my god, like I said, vibes immaculate. Lady with dogs, I love her. Bless her heart. I love her so much. So like I said, menu is all in Japanese. We just use Google Translate. As you can see here, they always say hot ice, so hotto ice. It's basically for the coffee. You always have the option to make it iced coffee or hot, even for the tea. But yeah, it's super duper cool. Lots of like delicious food, but very cozy, very small. But yeah, best coffee by far. This is in Hiroshima. 10 out of 10 would recommend. The staff are very, very nice. And yeah, even we didn't speak a word of Japanese, really. Well, gibberish. We still managed to get a good service. So that's Cafe Miku. So the iced coffee, because obviously it was so fucking hot, I was like, I am not going to take a hot coffee here. So I took a iced cafe latte. They serve always like a syrup on the side. If you want to sweeten it, or you can keep it like this. The coffee, surprisingly, was strong compared to other places that we've tried. My brother took a blueberry cheesecake. Delicious. So this is my pudding again. Oh yeah, here's the syrup over there. You can add it to sweeten your coffee. I didn't want to waste it, so I added it. I was like, listen, I don't care. Can we talk about this parfait? Oh my goodness. This is vanilla ice cream. This is, I think, pecan ice cream. And another one was like caramel, banana, fried. This is a flaky dough, basically a little bit sweet, with caramel sauce and pecan. At the bottom, you have coffee jelly, not sweet. This can be shared. I highly recommend you to share it, because my brother-in-law and my sister were like, holy shit, that was a lot. It's delicious. It was delicious. Like I said, by far, best cafe. Like 10 out of 10. If I come back to Hiroshima, I would stop by this cafe again. Vending machine. I haven't tried this one. I was very confused. Because it's a vending machine in the middle of nowhere. Meaning that this actually gives you burgers. I didn't try this, but I was very perplexed. I was very perplexed. I was like, burgers from a vending machine. What? How does that work? But yes, it is a thing. Didn't find too many. Oh, yeah. See those tickets here? This was another one of the restaurant where we... So this is... Oh my god. I want to say torikatsu, but it's not this. It's chicken pieces. I said it earlier. Karaage. There you go. So whenever you get in, you try it. Listen, for the burger, I know, but I was like, I'm not too sure. So for this place, same process. We came in. There was actually a lot of people, and whenever you order at the booth. It gives you a ticket, and then once you sit down, it's the server kind of validates that it's your order and is going to give it to you. This, I believe, and I see, I think was, oh yeah. By the way, for the cafe, these, it was around 2 divided by 100. So for 4 people, with the coffee and everything, was about... Wait, am I tripping? Yeah, it was $49. So around like $10, a little bit more per person. Mind you, the thing that boosted the prices were the parfait. The parfait was more expensive. Like mine was the cheapest with the cheesecake. This, again, was around like... what, less than $15. So you had the chicken karaage, delicious, with cabbage coleslaw, fresh tofu, still delicious. This is pickled, I forgot, it's like coleslaw almost. This is the sauce to dip your karaage in with the rice and miso soup. You always have the option in Japan, in most places, to have less rice, regular rice, or more rice. I always take regular, and I never complain. My sister, I believe, tonkatsu. There you go. But I think it was a mix that she took, because there's like 2 pieces of chicken, and this is tonkatsu, so this is pork, fried pork. Grilled fish. And this is where we went at the station. It's funny, I have a trip coming up, so I'm selling my used clothes online to get money, and I have 5 packages to the post office tomorrow. That feels so chaotic. That is crazy. But I mean, it's a good thing. Especially when you have a lot of clothes, you're like, either I don't fit in there anymore, or I'm not going to wear them anymore. Why not? Like, so yeah, so this is one of the tram. History of why I took this. So, we were going to leave Hiroshima to go to Kurashiki. We had to take the tram, so meaning, you know, train outside. It's not really a train, it's like, it's faster than a bus, but not really a bus, and it has railings. Anyway. And we wanted to leave extra early in order to visit a little bit Kurashiki before going to the hotel, because the check-in was around 3 p.m. And my sister didn't want to waste any time because transportation from one place to another was quite long. So we had to leave early. We got up and we left the hotel at 7:15. You remember those pictures where people getting packed inside the train? What it felt like, it was exactly like this, because the tram is like, it's not big, it's like small. But around that time, because it was in the middle of the fucking week, everybody was working. Schools was also like in session. So like it was filled with high schoolers, middle schoolers, workers. It was fucking packed. And so my brother and I got in one tram, and my sister and brother-in-law got in another. And so this is me waiting. But as you can see, A, B, C, D, and whenever you Hiroshima port, hold on, what is? I don't even know what is this. Miyajimaguchi. So there's like, you have to really plan things out, and as you can see, all the stations, you just know your shit. Be organized, at least for where to go, where to go. I do it like once or twice a year. That's cool. That's actually a very good thing. And here we go. We had to take the Shinkansen. Did I take a picture of the Shinkansen? I think it was like so many people, I could not take the picture of it. I got into a Hello Kitty Shinkansen. It was not the Shinkansen I wanted to have, because I wanted to have the One Piece one. But listen, I take what I take. Everything was themed Hello Kitty. It's a smaller Shinkansen, but everything was themed with Hello Kitty. And so this is like the bullet train. And on the first cart, I did not take any pictures there because there's like a merch. But on the first cart, they sell a little bit of merch, specifically of the Shinkansen Hello Kitty. So it's not like full Hello Kitty store. It's just like very specific. It's quite expensive for what it is, but again, I would have spent if it was One Piece. But I didn't spend because it was Hello Kitty, and I'm not that much of a crazy Hello Kitty fan. But it was actually very cool. I want to say this mascot, the Ikoka. Long story short, I learned to fall in love with this fucking mascot, and I wanted to have merch of it. Unfortunately for me, I did not know that you could not find merch of this fucking platypus anywhere except in Osaka. Except in Osaka, and I think like one of the 2 places that I've done at the beginning. So for the rest of my trip, I could not see any of the merch. So whenever I come back, I want to get a merch of this platypus. I had a full Hello Kitty room when I was in 4th grade as my birthday present. So I would love this. I grew out of it, but it's a special place in my heart. Absolutely. I mean, Hello Kitty, it's just, I don't think I was like very big on Hello Kitty then. And plus, I think I wasn't really exposed to it that much. But I can totally see that someone who grew up with Hello Kitty and like My Melody being like crazy over this. So this is Kurashiki. Again, blazing hot. Blazing hot. And we're getting further away, so a lot, like very empty, you know, whenever we arrived. And you have more more manhole like thing. And this is for the, I think, for the water. Whenever there's a fire, they have to plug themselves on the ground to have like a, instead of fire hydrant, they have this, I think. So it's, I find it like very cool. Blazing hot. Blazing hot. Oh my god. Okay, we're here. Kobeya. Here's my love story with the best curry I've had in my trip to Japan. Kobeya. This is just a lassi, regular lassi. Can we talk about this? This curry, So the previous curry that I showed for the picture in Hiroshima, it's basically what you would get at a food cafeteria. So it's good, but it kind of like it falls flat. So the spices doesn't really like just kick in. My guys, this one, flavorful, delicious, and feeling. This is what my sister I think got. This is like a pickled, I forgot which vegetable, but my sister, this is pumpkin, kabocha. Yeah, it's a pumpkin tempura. This is what I got. This is the omelet. So it's similar to omrice, except like underneath it's not fried rice. It's just like plain old rice. So fucking good, by the way. But yes, best curry. It's so good that we actually went twice. I'm just saying. So kurashiki, very different. Very different, a little bit more remote. Beautiful nonetheless. So it has like that very old school vibe to it. Here's one of if you love the Miffy, so the that rabbit, there was a store that sold this next to a Snoopy store. The cutest, like, again, I didn't dare to take too many pictures because I'm like, I didn't want to like do too many close-ups because obviously it's still a store, and I was like, I don't know how bad it looks like. It looks like I'm taking a picture because I want to make a bootleg version of this. But it's, look at this. It's so cute. And they make like Miffy breads, like it. And same for the Snoopy store. They sold merch. It sold like chocolates in there. It's very, very, very cute. So if you like this, Kurashiki Ivy Square. So this is where I got kibi dango. So it's small dango. Muscat. So it's grape, like the sweet grape. By the way, those fruits are fucking expensive. You can buy them. It is expensive, my guys. For one, like they're huge. Like the grapes are like this huge. But for one, I think it's almost like 20 bucks. But apparently, tastes fucking delicious. And this kibi dango was actually delicious. It had like a gooey interior. Very, very good. $20. Yes. Yes. It is expensive. So if you eat it, like, savor it. Don't just chug those grapes. Okay. Actually, in Kurashiki, now because now I know exactly where we were. In Kurashiki, it looks like nothing. This was, by the way, the best hotel that I've had in all my trip. It's of the 1-5 hotel chain. 1-5 hotel. The room, first of all, I had to book by myself because I didn't book along with my brother, which was fine. So I paid my room. I think this one was like one of the cheapest. So yeah, it was around like $70 per day. The room was, first of all, I had 2 single beds in there. But my brother-in-law and my sister, they booked together, and it was like 2 single beds too, so it's fine. So I had the same thing as them. The bathroom, my guys, it was big. I had space because all the other ones was tiny, compact. I'm not big. I'm not a big person. I turn around, I could hit the sink. Like, so basically, I'm going to show you kind of like how it looks like real quick. Let me, oh my god, let me just go back to here. My hands, hi. So let's pretend this is the bathroom. You get from here, you get inside. Usually you have like a toilet right in front of you. So first of all, the step is high. The step is very high to get there. You have the toilet here. You have the sink here. But the sink kind of like overlaps So you have the bathtub here. The sink overlaps on top of it. So whenever you check your shower, yes, you have a bit of a sink coming in. My guys, it's so small. There's no space. Okay, there's no space. You pull the curtain and the curtain goes like this because it curves around the sink. I turn around and I bump into the sink. I'm like, bro, listen, I'm not large, okay? This is not cool. In Kurashiki though, you have plenty of space. You get in, it's a regular, you know, regular ass toilet. You have the toilet here. You have the sink on the side with plenty of space. Plenty of space. And you get the bathtub. By the way, bathtub, I could sit down at the bottom and straighten my legs. The other ones, no. You have to sit, like, if I had to sit down, my legs would be like this. I could not straighten up because it was too small. I have to do this. And I'm not tall. I'm 5'4". So, listen. 1.5 hotel. If I have to sell it away, it's a shame. So, I need to look at other places. Maybe it's not always like this. But let's talk about this. Near the hotel, we passed by a small shop, again, owned by an elderly couple. And they made taiyaki. Taiyaki is the fish shape, kind of like pastry. And so this is ringo. Hold on. Korean. So this is a chestnut. Wait. What is it? I think this is mochi. Was it this one? I think this is mochi, and this is a custard cream. The old man, when we passed by his shop in the morning, was making them. I don't know why I have a soft spot for elderly people in their shop because it was so small. And so we ordered one of each. And they were the sweetest. So this is mochi. So this is azuki bean. You don't see it, but at some point there's going to be like a mochi, like a rice cake into it. So as it melts, it has a different texture. This is the apple with a little bit of custard cream in there. Custard cream, Korean, so it's chestnuts. It's all delicious. I fucking love it. It's not expensive. It's like $1, $2, $3 max, I think. And the lady, there's at the countertop, next to the counter, there was a sign that was drawn by probably her kids that basically said, "Oh, grandma doesn't hear very well. Please talk slowly and a little bit louder, and be patient with her." I'm like, listen, you can take all your time, old lady. And whenever you order, so obviously they don't speak English, period. So we would like point and would say, like, let's say Ringo 1, and we just point 1. So she takes the paper. These stamps are just hand stamps. So she takes it and she stamps it by herself in front of you. I'm like, oh, please, lady, bless her heart. And she remembered us because we came back again to order more. She remembered us. Like, lady, take all my money. Take all of my money. Anyone is rude to Granny, they can talk in my face. Listen, I would fight. I would fight them. Anyone rude to them, listen, call me. Call me. I'm going to hold them. I'm going to hold them and we're going to beat them up. So yeah, then we went to Kurashiki during the night. Obviously, lighting is a little bit different. But it's a super cool, like, city. But I ended up getting curry bread from this L is from Lawson. Delicious still. It's like, it's convenience store food. Delicious. This was actually at the hotel because in the next morning we needed to leave super early. But yeah. And I think this place was actually where I got one of the ceramics. Jail in a foreign country, but worth it. Absolutely. To defend an old person? Yes. Okay. Let's talk ceramics. Because of my significant other, I fell in love with ceramics because his grandfather was a ceramist. This is the type of ceramic that I like. This is bizenyaki, so it's a type of ceramic that is it's unglazed, meaning that it's cooked. Period. There's no dipping in the glaze to cook it to make it like shiny and glossy. It's raw ceramic. It has a very distinct color, like this earth tone colors. This is my favorite kind of ceramic. It's very functional. This is not bling and stuff. This is the most straightforward ceramic as you can have. I want to tell you, should you to Portugal for ceramics and the beaches? Yes. Yes, absolutely. I have to say, those prices. So for me, I divided by 100. This is 30 bucks. Mind you, if I went to Canada and I know where to go to get that kind of ceramic, this bowl would cost me $70. This whole ass plate, and this was big. This is big. This is a big plate. $99 with the taxes on. Again, you come here, it's like almost $200. You double all the fucking prices. So that was nothing. And I bought the most expensive gift was actually a bowl that I got to my significant other. That was more expensive than this. It was like $44 for the one that I got. But this is like $30. So it's honestly, for what it is, knowing the value of ceramics, it's not expensive. And bizenyaki is like, for me, one of my favorite. So I went into one shop. I saw the bowl. I got it. I didn't walk into any other shops because I was like, if I walk in, I'm going to come back with something else. And bitch, I don't have that much space inside my luggage. So yeah, phone booth. Listen, I did not believe that this still existed. Meters! Yes. It was like, it's 10 out of 10 would do it again. Okay. Let's talk about Joyful. Joyful is a chain that is open, I think it's 24/7. I think. It is cheap. Cheap means also cheaper taste. It's not bad, but like I said, because of this kind of set, I ate it so many times at that point that the salmon was not really it to me. Only problem, okay, see this? I told you about, like, I'm a raccoon. I can eat pretty much anything in my life. But when I know what I can't eat, this is not going to be a fun time for me. This is an egg sack that is marinated for fish, egg sack. So it has like fish roe in there. It is very salty, very salty. I can eat the roe, but the membrane around it, I would puke. Okay, I know myself very well. I'm like, I know this. I tried this. And luckily my brother was there, because I looked at my brother. I was like, listen, can you help? My brother, bro, he chugged it down. It's like one shot, the whole piece, chuck some rice. I was like, okay, let's go. But oh, hold on, Nina. Like, for the tips and tricks, I'm gonna tell you, because I learned a lot during that trip to Japan, and I'm going back again for sure. And I'm going to pack even less, and this is going to be even more optimized. So Joyful is like I said, a 24-hour restaurant. It is cheap. So for this, it costs roughly like $6 or something, with a drink that you can refill. So it's actually very cheap, but again, not the best quality of food. I'm just saying. But food is food. You know, when you're hungry, listen, like, beggars are not choosers. Japan is on my list. I had to cancel a trip there during COVID. I was so sad. Yes, during COVID was like was not a good time. This is what my sister got. So this is congee. So this is basically rice porridge with like egg, with dashi kombu on top. So this is a bonito flakes. Obviously with the regular pickled radish. I actually would have liked this better than what I took, but it is what it is. Okay, this is what my brother-in-law took. So when I told you, do not buy bacon in Japan if you want to have, first of all, the smallest slab of bacon, not crispy. One sausage, one tiny egg, a salad, iceberg, a toast. Bro, he took natto. Natto, again, taste of natto, I don't mind. The texture of natto, that kind of like slimy texture, is the most off-putting thing in my heart. I like the taste of natto. I do not like the texture of natto. So I was like, nope, nuh-uh. What does it even taste like? Fermented soybean. Really. It's fermented soybean. It's not that bad. It looks nasty. Yes, it looks a lot nastier than it tastes. It smells stronger than it tastes too. But it's a lot milder than you think. Fresh natto is a lot milder. At least this one. It's a lot milder. But again, natto is just the texture of it. I'm like, no thank you. Absolutely not. Too slimy for me. Because I know, like, if I eat it, I'm like, I would need a shit ton of rice to kind of like almost like coat it away, so I don't have like the slimy texture. I feel like I may like natto. Like I said, I like the taste of it. It's just the texture is like, not for me. Same for the egg thing. For this, like this, the membrane, not for me. The inside, no problem, but the membrane, count me out. Kurashiki Ivy Square. This is actually a hotel. It is so fucking expensive. So expensive. So Kurashiki in the morning. Not a whole lot of people. I feel like I've been eating throughout the stream. Yes. Oh my goodness, yes. Did I mention that there are a lot of stairs in Japan? Yes, there is a lot. Those flowers, I don't remember the name, but they're pretty much like everywhere. Beautiful. I love them. They have like white, they have red. Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. But yeah, this is Kurashiki. Very peaceful place. Oh yeah. Over here, I kind of wanted to take another picture, but I couldn't because so in Japan you have like different it's not a festival, but there's different outings for young girls and young boys at different age. I think it's like 3, 5, 8 or 7 for the girls, and I think it's either 3 or 5 and 7 or 8 for the boys. But basically, it's whenever the little girls go out and they have to wear a kimono, like or for younger girls, like teenagers, a furisode. So it's like it's a kimono, but with the super long sleeves. But they get to dress up, and they're so cute. They're so fucking cute. And they go out with the mom that is also dressed in a kimono, and the father that is dressed like in a formal manner too. And so there was a family doing that with their kids. They had a professional photograph to take a picture. So this is why I didn't take a picture of the entrance, but I wanted to. Let's start using the stair stepper at the gym. Niners, be prepared. Japan, per day, Niners, the least amount of steps that I did was 15k steps. That's the least amount I walked. On average, I was anywhere between 17k to 20k steps plus. Oh, the shrine. This is the Inari shrine with the foxes. I was like, this is so cool. Like a specific shrine for Inari. All the I feel like you travel cities like I do. Yes, on foot. This is the Daruma. So, funny thing, if you didn't know, whenever you buy a Daruma, usually it doesn't have like the eye on the other side. I think it's like always like one. Apparently, if the wish becomes true, you draw the other eye and you put it like, you expose it to say like, my wish came true, you know. Cars are for the weak, yes. And also because it's Japan and cars, it's, you drive on the opposite side. So if you are from London or Australia, you might be good, but listen, we are from North America. That's not working, you know. Oh yeah, so this is the wisteria tree. So during spring it looks like this, but even more blooms. And this was actually the board says that it took several years for the wisteria tree to be restored, to basically being rejuvenated, because it didn't flourish at all for an extended amount of time. And so it was like part of a project to make it bloom again, and they managed to do it. And since I think 2021 or something, it kept on blooming, no problem. And yeah, okay, can we talk about this, how cool this is? Again, we're talking about manholes. It's a Pokemon themed one. I'm like, excuse me, Kurashiki, what is going on? And mind you, my crazy ass was like, I need to find the other ones. There's how many Pokemons out there? I need to find the other ones. Where are they? It was the coolest thing. This is the manhole cover. Okay. Ario is one of the biggest shopping center in Kurashiki. Biggest. Did I mention about Curry? How we came back? We came back. I love cities make ugly things pretty. Yes, I love it. It's so mundane, but I love it. Reason why we went back to Kobeya. This. Because on the cover, they showed sodas like this. And we wanted to get one the first time we ate the curry. But the lady was like, no soda. Only after 2 p.m. Bet. I'ma come back after 2. This is exactly what we did. We came back just to order the soda. Well, listen, the curry was 10 out of 10. So we came back to Kobeya to have the soda. So this is a pineapple soda. This is the melon float. Melon ice cream. That's what they call it, but it's melon float. So melon soda, syrup with soda and ice cream float and a cherry. By the way, these are the best. I don't like the cherries usually because it tastes very waxy, artificial. Not these ones. These are good. There was a taste that says Sorairo. I didn't know what the fuck Sorairo mean. I tasted it. If you ever had Ramune like the you know the glass bottle with the bead that you just push in, it's this. It tastes like this. And I took it as a float, obviously. Delicious. But it's Ramune, basically. And my sister took the grape, so Budo. So grape soda. She took the seafood curry this time. And I think this is not the torikatsu. Yes, torikatsu. Torikatsu curry. Delicious. What is the difference between the two? I think one, I think, was so this is like the chicken breast, I think. And this was another, like it's like mashed a little bit more, so it's thinner from what I remember. This was the sunset from my room. This is This is the sunset from the room that I had in Kurashiki. Like I said, 1-5 hotel. So far, the one I tried in Kurashiki was the best room I've ever had. It was big. The TV was also big. The bathroom was huge. Staff super friendly. And yeah, no, like, and the price, $75 for this, I'm all for it. If you had to rank top 5 things you ate, what would they be? First, ooh, wait. Top 5. Wait. I'm hesitating. That Kobeya curry was like pretty bomb. Hold on. But I made a note because I took note of where we went and I put a heart next to to what actually caught our heart. Not a whole lot. I would say I'm looking. Okay, the bread curry in Miyajima, the one with that I did a close-up, that one was like out of this world. It's in no particular order, okay? Because it's going to be too hard for me to decide. The curry from Kobeya that I just showed. We had shabu shabu. Shabu shabu was so fucking good though. I'm hesitating. The okonomiyaki was also great. Love takoyaki too. But the udon. Top 5 things? Wait. If I said ramen, udon is like 2 noodles. It's too much. No, there's never too much udon. Ramen, udon, the curry, Japanese curry. So that's 3. I want to say, ooh, no. The sushi from Nara. Yes, that's 4. Even though that was not a lot. And I want to say, I don't know if I can count the curry pan from Miyajima. Because there's also the cafe where I had the pudding in there. But it's not like food really, so I have one more. Ooh. This is going to be controversial, but I think I like the classic okonomiyaki style the best. Because the one from Hiroshima where they had like the yakisoba in, I feel like I tasted just the right yakisoba. But 2 very good things. So that's 5. That's hard. Hold on. I'm going to mute for like 2 seconds. Okay, sorry. Just because I needed to order something for food. So this is the the sewer system of the last place we went to. So this is Wakayama. We're getting there. This is one of the food that we ate there. I think that my sister got it. So you can see, theme, bowl of rice, miso soup. This is almost like a pork stew with this is a pork cutlet with a bit of veggies. This is the same thing but with chicken and tartar sauce. This is my bowl. This is the oyakodon. So it's chicken with egg on top of rice. Pretty good. Very, very filling. Ooh, wait. Okay, this is going to be weird, but out of all this, my favorite part, the pickles. I don't know what the fuck they put in there, man. This is the umeboshi. It had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kinds of pickles. It was bomb. Like, it was like, it all tasted like very unique. It was so fucking good. But that oyakodon like was very, very filling. Not expensive at all either. But so yeah, we arrived. The heart was what it wants. Exactly. Listen, I'm a simple lady. I'm telling you, like, my favorite part, the pickles. I'm like, excuse me. So this is when we arrived at Wakayama. We got to the hotel. We dropped all luggage because it was time to go to see Tama. I'm going to do a very quick story about Tama. Super Station Master Tama. Tama was a cat, female cat, because it's a calico cat, that belonged to the train station master. So he was an old man that had a cat in the prefecture of Wakayama. And the train station was, first of all, almost nobody used it. It was almost run down, and it was going to be closed. And so he was bringing his cat to work, basically. Basically the cat lived at the train station and was tending to it, and for some fucking reason, the cat went viral. And it created the whole thing, like naming the train the cat the train station master, because of that cat brought back life to the train station and managed to keep it open. That cat, listen, hold on. Oh, Tama. That cat is fucking legendary. It made it to the Japanese media. Look at this distinguished cat. Yes, the cat has a hat. She became so fucking popular that people would travel to this specific train station to go see the cat. Obviously, like I said, the cat unfortunately passed away because, it was an old cat. Listen, they kept the tradition. They kept the tradition. So, this is Nitama. I believe this was the original Tama. But, yes, original Tama in the most, like, grandiose costume ever. And this is, Nisan... Is it Yontama? No. Nitama... I think this is Yon. 4? Go is 5. Yes? There's going to be a delay, so probably I'm going to get the answer after. But yes. Because it saved the station, I got into the Tama Densha. This is because there's a stamp rally out of it, and I'm going to show you what it looked like at the end. So when you arrive at the train station at this specific station, you have a stamp here inside. You have a stamp inside this specific train. Did you see any dogs, outfits, stroller? Yes. Katie, I'm going to talk about that. This is the weirdest thing about Japan and dogs, but I personally felt bad, but this is very Occidental of me. But yeah. I wanted to ride this one, but it never appeared. We had like a weird one that was like, I don't like this. I wanted to ride the Ichigo one, but the Ichigo one was not in function. But inside the Tama train, yes, it is Tama themed. Yes, Hero Cat, absolutely. So I rode it. It's such a mood. It's such a thing. So those are the cats that are now, and this is the cool part. and I'm going to show you a little bit later. So this is going way, like, you have to pay a special pass for this. So this is like 10 bucks. So it's 1,000 yen per person to go there. So you had to board. I had to board the Tamadenja. So I got my stamp. I got in there, and there's another stamp, and everything is like Tama themed everywhere. Come on in. Done. Let me just. Oh, okay, cool. Even the lamps couldn't really see the contrast. Would you do a sketch journal for memories? I think I would. I would love to. You know the thing that I regret? I didn't get any, like, I didn't bring any art stuff. And this is the part where I'm telling you, camp, it was 12 days, but it was like 12 days were rushed. This is why I want to go back to Japan at some point where it's a little bit slower, because I want to take my time to actually paint, draw, and stuff like that. Because it's such a unique experience, really. This is Nitama in all her glory. She has a throne. In all her glory. Listen, I saw her in that pose, and the other pose, I think this one paw was like stretched out, but her face was still covered. She was like, bitch, I'm sleeping. I'm tired. On the other side, this is a sore, but yeah. So you have like a really, a glass, and you can see the cat. Obviously, there's someone right on the right here, for the train station that works there, that prevents people from like knocking on the glass, because please. I have a story about that, again. So this is the actual Tama station. When you take it from afar, I think I have another one. It has a shape of a cat. So this is the Tama Museum. Here. There you go. You see the cat. So lots of like small goodies. So here's the thing. Those cats have schedules. So depending on when you go, you don't see all of them. I think we went... Nitama was here. I think we went up either on Monday. Yeah, I think we went on Monday. Because Nitama was out. Yontama was not there. And Gotama was like the youngest one, was out. In order for you to, in order for people to have more awareness for some train station, they spread the cats around. So Nitama being the oldest, because she's born, this is the date of birth, by the way. So she's born in 2010. Because she's the oldest, she stays at the main train station. Yontama, born in 2016. Gotama being the youngest at 2021. And this is what like those two kind of like alternate, and they are I think they're sharing one station, I believe. So really like they rotate the cats at different station. So for the stamp rally, you had one at the station where Nitama was in a train. You had one in either of those in the other station, and I think just like one more stamp, because there was like 3. So I got to board the Umeboshi train again, not the ones that I wanted, but it was still cool. On our way to see Gotama. So here's my story. The young lady. Okay, I want to say something. See this face? That's an agitated cat. That cat was not having it. See those airplane ears? One may ask, what the fuck triggered that? I don't want to sound... Listen. Tourist, because it's like a column, a big column, where the cat was. So this is the top of the cat tree, and at the bottom you have like a hat, but basically it's like a huge ass column, and the cat can go from up all the way there, and it can move around. And I think this connects to the inside of the cool station, like the cooler part where, you know, the train station people just like work. There was an asshole. Okay, from Japan, that comes a little bit west of it, a country that is very, very big and known for, unfortunately, sometimes very, very, very belligerent tourists come from there sometimes. In the USA, you might see some of them take a shit out of nowhere. He knocked on the glass, starting meowing like a fucking idiot. And at some point the cat was like, just, I'm not having it, and just jumped and was like, nuh-uh, bish. And people like was like getting more agitated, and so this is like the cat was like, mm-mm, and actually bolted. Yeah, this is like when she kind of like looked around. La Dalla in Finding Nemo. Yes. So, and obviously because this fucking train station has nothing around, we're like, might as well just visit. So we went to visit really quickly. It's not too far, like 5 minutes away. A very, very small shrine. Super small. We didn't visit it fully, but it was like nearby. That actually was impressive. I was like, this is a cedar tree. It got cut. And I was like, whoa. Poor kitty. I know. The kitty was stressed out because of this idiot. But yeah, those sometimes like in a lot of like places you have like these where you can take pictures in the cutout. And when I came back, Gotama was like sleeping, just showing her ass. And this is her hat, you know. This is the small hat. Gotama was just like sleeping, living her best life. And obviously the belligerent tourists knocked on her glass, were just like, they were gone. So thank goodness. This is the Ichigo Densha that I wanted to get in. Okay, this is not perfect. I tried my best. But holy shit, those stamps. One of them, the green one, see how off-centered it is. Well, first of all, how the fuck do they do? But in one of them, I was inside the fucking moving train. So whenever I stamped, I was like moving around, and I was like, bro, this is not it. I don't remember for which one. Maybe the red or something. But basically, for the stamp rally, you had like 4 stamps. So black, red, green, orange. And you just pass by and you collect the stamps. So it forces you to go from station to station to kind of like visit a little bit, which is the coolest thing. Canada, please do that. Why are we not doing this? More the Tamadensha, the Umeboshi. Inside the Umeboshi one, you have like merch. So this is interesting because I have this. I have one of the cups. I have this one because my sister like years ago actually brought me back some souvenirs. This is me actually trying to be mindful because I didn't want to. Sometimes you see me aiming more up than center because I didn't want to take picture, because it's kind of like rude to take pictures of people, especially that I don't know. But there's like, if you give people a stamp or souvenir, people will go like the Lego passport. What is the Lego passport? Oh, this is shabu shabu night. Ooh, shabu shabu. Anytime, baby. In my belly. Obviously, meat still quite expensive. But honestly, like, listen, you have me at shabu shabu. So shabu shabu, very simple. It's water with a kombu, so it's like algae, like a base. So it's basic stuff. So there's various way of doing it. You can dunk the meat. Usually you dunk the meat in. You eat the meat. You dip it in either. This is like a sesame like a sauce. This is ponzu sauce. You dunk your meat in, and then you dunk your vegetables in, and then your noodles, and then you put it in the bowl that has like the ponzu sauce also in there, and then you eat. I personally, well, you cook the toughest vegetable, so like the cabbage, the napa cabbage, things that takes longer. You put that in there to cook it longer as you dunk your meat. I'm a savage. I put all of this shit in there. I'm like, bitch, listen, I'm not gonna wait. There's no proper order. I dip the meat in, I eat as you go along. Only thing, when you finish, you take the soba noodles, you dunk it in there. See this? This is an hourglass. It's like a minute or two. You flip it around. As soon as you dunk it in there, it's going to time it. As soon as it's done, you scoop with your chopsticks the noodles, dunk it in there, put some long green onion. Delicious. Okay, you can have a Lego passport if you get a different scent for every Lego store in the world. Oh my god, this is genius. That would be so good. Hoshino Cafe is another one. Again, weird ass breakfast. This is like a pancake. This is a sausage cut in two. I'm like, okay. Egg. This is a bit of yogurt with I think it's raspberry jam. Toast. That's a big thing in Japan. They also call like toast. So this is a bacon and cheese toast. So one very sad slice of bacon, cheese, and egg, and you eat that in the morning. I took this. I took the French bread. French bread. My goodness. French toast. So they put ice cream. They give you an egg with it. This is the tiniest thimble of maple syrup. Not the maple syrup level of what we have in Canada. Oh yeah, hold on. Right, imagine a souvenir map with a special stamp for every station in Canada. That'd be so great. I think that'd be genius. Even if you do that, like in even in the US or anywhere in the world, I think that would be like amazing because it forces you to travel all around the world and kind of like explore, not just go like, oh, I want to go to the USA, so let me go to fucking New York City. I'm like, okay, sure, there's New York, but there's other places. Okay. Before I continue, I'm going to answer Katie right away. Did I see any dogs in outfits? Answer is yes, meaning like in coats, yes. Japan has a lot of like very small dogs. So poodles, oh my god. What do you call them? The sausage dogs. Frick. I forgot. Dachshund. There we go. Some Shiba. I didn't see a lot of like big dogs, but a lot of like smaller dogs. Pomeranians. But yes, lots and lots of poodles. Now, a lot of the signs in Japan says for the dog to not piss or shit anywhere. Which, for me, I'm like, it makes no sense because you have a dog. It has bodily functions. And that's the reason why. Plus, it's hot. It's hot as hell. So a lot of people, whenever they get out with their dogs, it's during the afternoon or night. Not afternoon, during the night or early in the morning. So that's one. Two, a lot of the dogs are inside strollers. They don't really walk. I saw like smaller dog walk, but a lot of them didn't walk. And I think it's because, you know, as a dog walk around, they might be tempted to piss on poles to mark their territory, like leave messages. And I think it's to prevent that. So if you put them in a stroller, they wouldn't want to piss around, if that makes sense. Which, again, I personally feel like a dog should be able to walk and exercise, but you do you, boo boo. Now, mind you, there's one thing about Japan. I think the way of seeing pets is not the way that Western people do. So you have to keep in mind that there's a lot of like pet shops still, with a lot of like puppies and kittens that probably, if they don't get adopted, will get killed. I don't support that kind of business, but again, this is a Western side of me. I'm not here to revolutionize Japan, okay? They do what they do. It's just that it is what it is. And I noticed there was not a whole lot of like old dogs. There were some, but not that much. So I kind of like wonder, like, what do they do with the dogs once they're sick? Like, do they just like put them off? Like, what is going on? But yeah. Okay. Stairs. This sign gave a warning. Said that one of the, I think, was it an Olympic runner? Went from here all the way up in like less than a minute or something. It has 310 steps. Bro, going from here all the way to here, I was out of breath. And I'm in shape. Went up, out of breath, went up. Like, it's a lot. It's a fucking lot of steps. And this is like what I took a picture like in between because I was like, I'm out of breath. I'm gonna die. So this is like this is a stopping point for me. That was like one of the sites whenever you came down. Me too. A circle is a shape. Exactly. And honestly, like, a circle is a shape. That's wild. Luckily for us, like something happened and I forgot. No, it was transport. It was about the train. We missed some, like, we couldn't like board the train like right away. We were lucky because it was raining not too long before. Those steps are fucking steep. And I think I would probably have slipped and fell down those stairs if it was like super like wet. So that was all the way to the top. So 310 steps later, you were at the top, and some torii gates, those were donated, I think. Cost a lot of money to restore them. This is the coolest. Okay, this is me just nerding out. This was by far the coolest statue that I've had in my trip. Not the biggest one, obviously. Like the big one at the beginning was very impressive. This one mostly is because I think it's like the pose is not something that I would see very often in like Buddhist representation, like the Buddha. So for me, I was like, that's actually very cool. I loved that one. It was like super cool. Again with the needed caps. This water fountain is like drinkable. There was one lady, she was just like fucking washing her hand like nobody's business. I'm like, you're supposed just to dip your fingers to come like purify them. You don't have to wash your whole fucking hand. That's rude. And so yeah, once you're at the top, you see all of this. But like I said, it was like raining, so it is what it is. But this is like Wakayama. These building, I think, yes, I think it's these building. Apparently, like you can visit them, but obviously I was not staying for too long, so couldn't really visit it. Hold on. Yeah, the view over there was actually pretty cool up there. I told you about the same flowers that I saw in white. Butterfly. Listen, okay, wait. When I see this picture, it reminds me of something. I told you about like belligerent tourist. Again, there was another lady from, wait, hold on a second. There was a lady when I visited Exoholic. Yes, it is the same, I think, flower. It's the same flower. Okay, let me tell you about this lady. Again, it's a lady that comes from that is a tourist from a country that is west of Japan, that is very, very big, that is known sometimes in the USA for shitting on the floor. We a bunch of wees. We truly are. That lady, now I have to remind you, we are inside a temple. She was picking like rocks from the temple ground. Like, she was picking stuff from the temple ground and poaching it into her purse. And then her dirty, grubby hands, she would wash it in drinkable water streams. And for me, I'm like, I don't know for you guys. To me, it's similar to robbing a grave or robbing inside a church, something that belongs to the church. I know it's a rock. I know it's like a small thing, but if it's within the temple territory, first of all, my superstitious ass would be like, listen, I am trying to bring any ghosts with me. Listen, this is the type of person that takes a plant home, and this is how you get an invasive species. This is why I'm saying it is someone that comes from west of Japan that is known for their very belligerent tourists at times. Not all of them. There's some very good tourists, but some of them are actually pretty trash, I would say. And I met a lot. By the way, if you know what's the ultimate insult almost in Japan, is to be called from that country to a country that is north of Japan. So, especially in Japanese ghosts, listen, I'm not trying to bring the ring back home. I'm not. So, if you know geography, look up what is north of Japan. You have one specific country that is very popular for its music. That's a big no-no because of past history. And there's one country that is directly west of Japan that is also a big no-no for past history, but also because, yeah, their tourists are... I was not impressed. I was so not impressed. Okay, can we... Next picture. Gold coffee. So we were on our way out of that temple. And we looked around, and there's fucking nothing around. And I was like, I looked around and I saw what, and I said out loud, what is malasada? My sister whirled around and she said, malasada where? And I was like, right there. This is a Hawaii delicacy. The lady clearly, I think, lived in Hawaii because she could speak better English. Not perfect. So this is a plain malasada, and this is, I think, passion fruit filled, like cream, passion fruit cream filled malasada. This is a coffee float. Delicious. It's fluffy, it's light, it's so good. I took a, what was it? Macadamia nut coffee, flavored coffee. So it smells like hazelnut coffee, but it doesn't taste the same. Like it's actually quite delicious. And my brother-in-law took a Kona, 100% Kona coffee. So I didn't take the picture up top because it's black coffee. I mean, it's black coffee, so it doesn't say anything. But yeah, Um, that's, and again, and we're getting rural. Like Wakayama has nothing. Like it's just like freaking, as you can see. Hold on. We, ri, eh? I feel like I'm fucking stupid. I'm getting Wayne just looking at this. Yes, I know. Okay, ramen. This is a shio ramen, so it's tonkutsu. It's a similar. If you want to have an idea, it's similar to tonkutsu ramen, but it's like with just salt. There's nothing. There's no miso. There's no soy sauce. With pork. Very, very basic ramen. So no fluff, no nothing. Just the simplest. The noodles, the broth, the meat. Delicious. This is what I got. So the broth here, I think was like more like soy sauce based. I actually liked mine less than the one than what my sister and brother and my brother took. But it had like the chicken karaage with the rice and the pickled radish. All of that was like, again, close to probably $15 or something. And it's very filling. Delicious. Very filling. Thanks to that, in the afternoon, that's when we ate the sushi at the conveyor belt. So, oh my goodness. My fucking finger... Jesus Christ. I think it's because it's the only one that I had. I can't believe I didn't notice that. Listen. Okay. Wakayama. At another castle. But like I told you, because we went to Himeji, that is almost double, if not more, the size of this. It was so fucking hot. I was like, I am not going to go into another castle. Like, and we all looked around each other and we were like, yes, we're not going to visit. Probably another time when we have a little bit more time to not just fucking rush through it. But yeah. That crab was huge. I just took it because I was like, holy shit, that's a big ass crab at the top. Okay. Sushi conveyor belt. Let's talk about that. Like I told you before, sushi in Japan doesn't mean that it's not expensive. You can have very inexpensive sushi, but it's like tamagoyaki, like the very basic stuff that are not really like fish, like actual fish based. And you have a lot like, so here you have those plates are the cheapest, 297 yen for one plate. So it's like close to $3 for 2 pieces. I don't know for you guys on how many fucking pieces you can eat of sushi to be full. Do not go there full, empty, on an empty tank. Because this is a sure way, first of all, for you to go way overboard when it comes to spending money. And I would say a lot of the fish are not what you would find classically in Western country. So if you like the rolls, like the California rolls and stuff, you are not gonna find that there. This is sushi. When you ask sushi in Japan, this is sushi. Sashimi is just the fish. Period. The only rolls that I've seen in there was like kimbap. So it's not even Japanese, it's like Korean. And so there's a lot of like those fishes that are, how can I say? Some of the fishes is actually stuff that I would not eat. So abalone, so it's like almost like a shellfish. I've tried the squid, the raw squid. That was a little bit too chewy. It's not bad, but it was a little bit chewy for me. And there's like a lot of them. There's like minced squid. So there's stuff that you're going to see in there that you're like, the fuck is this? And Will you, again, as a person that lives in Canada, would the average person that loves sushi would try all of this? Some, yes, if you're very adventurous. But if you're like, quote unquote, like a basic person, and nothing wrong with that, but if you're a basic person, you would not eat half of what was being shown. And mind you, the plates, the colors are graded. So some of the pieces, I think this was like $5 for 2 pieces. So $2.50 when you think about it per piece. So if I take 12 sushi pieces to be remotely full, depending on which one I'm gonna take, it's going to cost me a lot of money. So you really have to be mindful. My tip, if you go to one of these conveyor belt sushi places, do not go there on an empty tank. Eat something first. Yeah, that's out of class. Yes, absolutely. So eat something first. So something that is somewhat filling. When you get in there, you need to be hungry, but not that hungry. Unless you have FOMO, but that's you, boo-boo. I don't have FOMO. I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to save money here. That would be the best strategy. Hold on. One time I went to see the Aztec pyramids, and I just saw sun pyramids, and my uncle was like, let's see the moon, and I was like, why is this the same shit on the other side? That's perfect. So we went up the pyramid, and he was like, don't you feel satisfied? I was like, no, I'm tired. The same thing on the other side. Thank you, Camp. Listen, Camp, I feel like if we travel together, we're gonna match. We're gonna match. I'm the same. Like I said, we started with the biggest castle. If you show me a smaller castle, bish, it's going to be the same thing. Silver or raw, love it when with shrimp. Yes, I mean they had shrimp, but they served like raw shrimp or cooked shrimp. Again, expensive. I didn't take too many pictures because, like I said, this dude, his station was here. I didn't want to take him in picture, but it was like I mean, after a certain time, like, it's hard. So this is ponzu sauce. I think one of them was like soy sauce, and the other one, I forgot which. Oh my goodness, it's been a while. These are tea bags, and you can use this this thing. Oh, bonito flakes. There you go. No, ginger. There you go. Soy sauce, ginger, ponzu sauce, and those metal prawns thingy is to take the tea bag, and you have like a hot water on tap. We're looking to be efficient. Exactly. And not only that, imagine if they charge at the castle again. Again, it could be not too expensive. It could be just $3, but I'm like, 300 yen. I could go to Daiso and buy 2 things. I could go to another store, a kombini, and buy food for that amount of money. Do I want to watch another another castle, even though it's not expensive? I'm like, I know, but we have to be frugal there, and that's going to be key here. And also time, absolutely. I always had just a bit of wasabi. Wasabi is always included in all the pieces. Classic sushi usually has rice, wasabi, the fish on top. Always. Always. And yeah, so where was it? Oh, that was my last day in Wakayama. Yeah, it was my last day. Cute story about this because my sister went back again the next day. So, again, breakfast, egg sandwich. This actually, surprisingly, because it's an actual omelet, was filling as fuck. That's a random fucking plate. Listen, shut up. I'm kidding. Look at this thimble of milk. Well, it's cream. But okay, funny story about this place. Extra then. It is. Okay. This place, the lady, because obviously Wakayama, it's funny because whenever we walked, sometimes we would see old people look at us and smile, but not in a mocking way, actually just like because they know we're tourists. But it's actually like a smile because we get to visit their city, like almost like that. And so whenever we found this cafe, because it opened like quite early, I think the opening time is 7 a.m. We got there, and like I told you, in Japan, a lot of people go to restaurants or cafes alone or as a couple or with a friend, like just 2 people, 1 people. 4 is rare. We are a good eater. We eat the plate, we take the coffee, we clean that shit out, there's nothing left. So we went there the first time, and my sister came back the next day because they stay 1 more day. So I left the 12th of October. She left the 13th, and my 13th, and my brother left the 14th. So we're just like 1 day apart. So my sister, because she was leaving the next day, she said, let's go back to this restaurant because it's open very early. It's going to be perfect for what we have to do. And it was like decent, not too expensive, not too cheap. It's perfect. The second time they went there, the lady actually remembered them because, again, it's unusual to see like a bigger group. Obviously they saw that I wasn't there, and she asked. She was like, oh, where's the 4th person? And she said, oh, she already went home. The lady was so sweet because she remembered them, that the husband gave his homemade kombucha as a gift. They just like, here, homemade kombucha, drink it as a thank you. And the lady kind of like tried to ask, like, are you going to stay a little bit longer? And my sister kind of like made her understand that they were leaving that very same day. And so the lady, again with the broken English, said like, have a nice trip, be safe, and please come back again. And I'm like, what is this? This is the wildest thing. Even for the shabu shabu, quick story again because I forgot to tell about it. So the shabu shabu place was inside like a department store, but it has like different store. It has like 2 buildings, and we were kind of like almost like getting lost. And one of the workers in one of the tower saw us, ask, do you need help? Obviously we couldn't really talk fully in Japanese, so we're looking for, and we showed the address of the shabu shabu place. The man told us it's on the other tower. Dude, he guided us for 5 minutes, walked, crosses the underground passage tunnel, went up all the way to the restaurant, and brought us in front of the restaurant. I'm like, this is amazing. So fucking nice. And this is, even my brother-in-law was like, should we invite him to eat shabu shabu with us, you know? I have to get to go wrap up. Yes. Wrap up before bed. You're getting over to jet lag. Yes, jet lag is going to be something. But yes, it's almost done. Almost done. This is another train that I got. It was like, I don't know what the fuck it was, but I was like, this is interesting. The fish thingy is actually super cool. It was like this specific train that I boarded. Oh no, this is a train to Kada. So that was like on the day of my departure, we decided to go to one more small city. And listen, it was fucking pouring. But then by the time we came out, it was not too bad. Like it's a small drizzle. It's nothing too crazy. And so Kada is it's a small city. This is actually interesting. To prevent landslide, easy. Just make it all. My God, I have the word in concrete. There we go. I had the word in French, but not in English. Japanese public transport looks so fun. It is. What I like to do is visit thrift stores. Did I see any thrift stores in Japan? I do not know. I didn't pay. Yes, Camp. There is. Actually, there was some stores, the most stores I've seen, because they kind of advertise it that way, was thrift stores, but it's like second-hand kimono or second hands of some of the clothing. But I didn't see them that much. But you have to go to smaller cities like this, I think, to see it more. But yeah, just concrete it up, I guess. So Kata is a coastal city where I found those kitties have it rough, man. They were not like the ear tips were like kind of like cut because they fought, but it was just chilling, you know, eating. And it's like a super coastal, like, as you can see, the ear. And very coastal area. There's like supposedly like a beach somewhere, but we didn't stop at the right station for this. This station is actually for surfers. People were surfing. Like, surfing at that point. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, guys? They do T and R. The ear tip may be cut off for that. Oh, yes, maybe. So yeah, just some surfers over there. Obviously, like I said, it was a rainy day. The waves were actually, it seemed like pretty strong, but not crazy strong either. So yeah, that's Kata. There's nothing other there. I think we would have seen more, like a lot of people was going all the way to the dock to go fish. Like people actually go there and fish. That's an activity that they do. This is mostly for barbecue area. But as you can see, this is not barbecue weather. So yeah, there was not like really nothing really to see there. But it's still like it was still like a nice way to see what does rural Japan looks like, if you can consider that rural, I guess. And yeah, this is me on my way back, all the way to the airport. You know, and mind you, this was my sight whenever I came back. I was like, what the fuck, forest everywhere. And this is the sight from the train, because I was at the front to go all the way back to the airport. Now, let me switch. Hold on. Watercolor. Hi. I'm back. Okay, goodies. Let me start with easy. Magnets. This is obviously what I got from Miyajima. With the torii gate, the deer. This is a big one. I think when I saw it, I was like, ooh, I gotta have that. I have bought this one in Nara. At the train station in Nara. So it's like also a magnet. With 2 deers. The tree just like was like, for me, it was very aesthetic. And our tour guide was like so nice, and she had like a set of like smaller, so this is like iridescent, smaller magnets. And because we were, hold on, me, my brother, sister, brother-in-law, we're 6, so it's a tour of like 6 people. It's 8 to 6. She bought like 2 packs of 3, and she asked us to pick one. And so I picked this one. This was in Nara still. So 3 magnets, really. I bought those 2. I got this one for free as a nice souvenir. This one thing that the tour lady gave us that was the cutest thing. I actually keep it in my wallet. Let me take it out. Her daughter did an origami of a deer, and she gave it to us. So obviously the color doesn't do justice. This is pale pink and this is pale purple. Obviously this is in my wallet, so it got kind of squished, but it can stand on its 2 feet, you know. So she did that. And her daughter, we asked how old she was, and her daughter is like 8. And I was like, she has more dexterity than me. This is amazing. So it's like she said it's a souvenir of Nara, so for us to, you know, remember Nara for. So I was like, yes, and I'm going to keep it in my wallet. I'll put it back in my wallet. Okay. So these are the stamps. Very easy. I'm going to start with another easy one. I told you about the Bizenyaki bowl that I got. So this is going to be me, who's going to be a little bit of a nerd. Whenever you look at ceramics, I look at underneath. Usually whenever it's hand turned, it has like either a certain pattern underneath, like a swirl, or some kind of a stamp, or is it signed? The reason why you see like a 3 and a cross like this, because Bizenyaki, so those bowls are cooked into very, very long, so I'm talking about 50 meters long ovens. They're community ovens. So there's so many pots in there and cups and stuff like that that there's no ownership to it. It's just, it's part of this community. And so for me, I was like, this is the coolest shit. And so I got this bowl, like I said. The reason why I got it is just like the balance. You have to get a feel. So whenever you buy ceramics that are hand turn, always have the feel of it. You need to feel the weight, how you grab it. There was another one that was available also, like, so this one was on top, there's another one underneath. I tried to take the one underneath, and what we call the foot of the bowl felt a little bit too heavy in my hand, so I decided to pick this one instead. Could have picked like probably like 7 more, but listen, it is what it is. Now, hold on. Let's start with the ramen that I'm actually gifting. So let me start with the most busted one. I don't know what the fuck this is. Takoyaki snack? Ramen-ish? I have no fucking clue. But obviously, this did not survive the airplane flight. But, what? So I brought it back because one of my friends she wanted ramen. That was her request. I want ramen. So I got her. So this is soba in duck broth. This is from 7-Eleven. Very, very cheap. And whenever you buy these, by the way, they always ask you, do you want to have like chopsticks? I'm like, no, boo-boo. This is for me bringing it back. I have another one. So I'm the friend, by the way. If you ask me, can you bring me back ramen? One. This curry. Cup noodle. Never seen that before. I was like, yes. Say less. You say curry? Why not? Hold on. You asked me. Udon. With different, so this is kitsune udon from 7-Eleven. Also. Hold on. I'm not done. This is the yakisoba from Nissin. Haven't tried any of these, by the way. I got some extra. Smaller packages. Beaten egg soup from 7-Eleven. And this one is tofu and egg soup. So just like it's a block that you dunk into water and it creates the soup itself. No fucking clue if it's tasty. But listen, my friend asked me, bring me back ramen. I got you, boo-boo. My luggage is not big, by the way. My luggage is enough to be a carry-on. I packed these, all my clothes, plus... Hold on. Let me get to the snacks. Okay, let me get to the snacks. So, 2 souvenirs. I didn't get any box of this because, listen. A box of 12 of these was like 20-ish bucks. I didn't know. So this is Hiroshima lemon cake. They could sell it at the unit because I was like, listen, 20 bucks. I don't know how much I needed to spend at the end of my trip. So each part of Japan have specialties. So Hiroshima is known for their lemon. So Hiroshima lemon cake is what I took. Still need to taste it. This is another one that is very popular. This is momiji cake. So that's the symbol of Hiroshima is like the maple leaf. So this is a maple leaf. I think it's like chestnut and maple flavored momiji. So it's hard to see, but it has a shape of the leaf, basically, like this shape. So those two, I bought it as a unit because the box itself, first of all, the box was like huge. I was like, where the fuck do you want me to put that? Second, it was also quite expensive. Okay, this was already opened because I already gave some away. So now in there's only my piece and my significant other's piece. This is Yuzu Madeleines. I got it in Nara. So very basic cakes. According to my father-in-law, delicious. So there was 5 in there. So 5 in there. 1 for my mother-in-law, father-in-law, and sister-in-law. So the 2 left are for me and my significant other. This was one of the boxes that I got at the very beginning. I forgot how much it cost actually. I need to look into that. But I was like, okay, let me get this because it's not too big. It's very compact. And it survived the trip, so that was like a big win to me. I showed you all the goodies, like the stationery thing that I got. Okay. Let's get to the snacks. I'm going to show you an abomination of nature that I tried in Japan. Not this type. Another one. I think it was like umeboshi something butter. Yes. Butter chips. If you think that it's tasty. No. Unless you like to eat the fucking stick of butter straight into your gizzard. It's so buttery. Like the taste just tastes like a block of butter. I'm like, this is Japan. Why? Why are we doing this? It's so strong. This is almost like a gag gift. Like, this is because someone needs to try this. Aside from me. We need to suffer together. Okay. I don't know why this packaging was like so cute. I think this is like an apple candy or something. Haven't tried it yet. Will do at some point. These I bought in Konbini, so either 7-Eleven, Family Mart, or Lawson. Okay, those 2. Let's start with actually what I got in those like stores. Did I get something else? Oh yeah. Hold on, because it's the same collection. The other one I think, yeah, okay. So you get these. There's a variation of it. I already opened some. Wait, there's one more. Where is it? Aha! Melon. There you go. Melon flavor, peach flavor. Whoa, hold on. Pear flavor, Chinese pear. you give your to your enemies. Yes, for the chips, the butter chips, absolutely. And boodle. Let me. It is not what I expected. So, first of all, it's squishy, but it's like firm. It has a membrane on top of it that is a little bit stiff. Did not expect that. I was expecting it to be like very gushy, but no. But I like it. Okay. We already ate some of it. These are very small pack of chips. This is... Okay, listen. The fucking names. Samurai sauce flavored Belgian fries. The fuck is this? Samurai sauce flavored. I see whatever that is. Now, if you open your pack, it is like fries. But it's like, it's crunchy. It's a little bit hollow, like a chip. It's almost as if I'm almost eating like a freeze-dried potato, like wedge or fry. As for the taste, whenever I'm tasting it, it's like curry for some reason. Curry and something else, like something creamy, I guess. But it's good. I don't mind it. It's just like, again, my god, got this. Now, for snacks that I got myself in Daiso, definitely makes me expect it to taste like victory after beating my arch nemesis. Yes, absolutely. So I got these at Daiso. Haven't tried it yet, but first of all, Kasugai, I tend to really like their products. Lemon tea candy and milk tea candy, excuse me, of Lipton. I need to taste that. At some point, I am going to taste it. I will give you a review, but because I need to eat first of all, because I didn't eat at all day. But what the fuck? So those were at Daiso, so they were like inexpensive. Like it's a $1 or a little bit more than $1 for these. So that's that. Now, two more that I got at Don Quixote. I know this is very common to find, but this is, I think, white peach. This is golden peach, Himizu white peach, and regular white peach. So just like peach flavored, but different kind. And I think this is like very specific to Japan. This sounds wonderful. Yes. And another one that I found on Don Quixote, and I had to get it. A matcha flavored Haribo candy. Now, it looks like it's dark green, but the lighting and everything. Matcha flavored. And I was like, excuse me? Yes. Absolutely. Give me that. So, that's pretty much everything that I bought. Yes. Oh, there was like one more. I think it's in Kurashiki. There was like a small stand that was like super. It was crowded whenever we got there, and I wasn't too sure about it. But the next day when we passed by and it was like empty, it had like a lot of like incense and perfume, and surprisingly, the place had what do you call it? The place had like it's like solid perfume. Bro, some of them actually smell so good. Like the green tea smelled amazing. Very fresh. I really liked it. And I got it for my mother-in-law. There was like another bar of chocolate, like the Meiji chocolate. It's very like it's basic chocolate, but Japan loves its chocolate, so it was super good. It's dark chocolate. It says 50%, but it tasted like more than that. Um, that doesn't look like much of fun. So, to be honest, if you plan on going to Japan, first of all, um, do not haul a huge luggage unless your objective is to fucking fill it out completely. Because Japan, yes, it has elevators in some cases. Some station, you're gonna haul ass. Like, you're going to lift your luggage around, go up the stairs. And we're not talking about like 3 stairs. We're talking about like more than 10 steps. More than 10 steps. Like, then landing and then steps again. So don't bring something too big. I'm just saying. Plus, it's going to discipline you to not overspend. Now, is it easy to overspend in Japan? The answer is yes. Depending on where you go, especially the first time you land, if you land in the big city, so let's say you land in Tokyo, you're cooked. Because there's so many other ways to actually like spend money that you are going to waste your cash away very fast. Especially when it comes to food. If you look at food on Google, or there was another website in Japan that they use, is Table Log, I think. Table Log, I believe it was that. You can put the bracket, the price bracket down. We personally try to aim for places that were 1,000 yen, so $10, up to 2,000 yen, $20. Like I said, we had some exceptions, so yakiniku was one of them. Shabu shabu, I think, was one of them too. But most of them, we managed to, give or take, if I look at everything that we had to pay, it's around like $10 to $11 per person. So that's one. So it's very easy to overspend. So just be mindful. Don't go fucking crazy. Sometimes, like, at least in Osaka, you have like sometimes like skewers with meat. And it's like, oh, Kobe beef and whatever. I would say, do not get this. Because most of the time, the skewer is like, it's tiny. It's like this. Not a whole lot of meat. It's like $6. When you realize what this means, bro, some of the stuff that I had, that I bought, so the kare pan, like the one that I got at Lawson, the beef curry one, that was $1.35. And I was like, this is, for me, bigger. I could take 2 for 1 skewer, like even more. So that's one. So you have to be really mindful of like just the pricing, not just get it because it's sure it's tempting, but don't refrain too much, but don't be like, oh my god, that's not expensive. It's easier to do that, especially with the US dollars, because for you guys, it's actually, your dollar is stronger than the yen. For me, it's like almost equivalent. It's like 100 yen is $1 for us. So it's very easy. I just divide by 100 and I have my price. So it's very easy to overspend when it comes to that. For transport now, if you want to organize yourself, know where you're staying for how long, know and know what route you need to take. Because like I said, Japan has different ways of going somewhere. You have the basic train, you have the Shinkansen, which is like the bullet train. You have some trains that are called express train, and you have some trains that have like seated places. So you buy, and again, you have the basic train, so that's the basic fare. The rest of it are bonuses you can pay for. So you can take the very long route, or you can take faster, you know, you have like different options, and all of them have a different schedule. So this is always easier to see whenever you see it. But whenever we travel to one place or another, at some point, we actually, thank goodness, we already experienced that from one place to another. But basically, to travel from Osaka to Himeji, to go from one to another, we had a base fare and we had a Shinkansen. So it means, so we took the bullet train, which we just one. But in order to get to the bullet train, whenever they give us a ticket, you have two. You have what they call the basic fare. This ticket, do not lose it. It's expensive. And you have the bonus for the Shinkansen. Whenever you get those two tickets, you get those two. You put it inside the gate thingy. It's going to punch the ticket, shoot two tickets out, okay? Two. You take it, you get into the bullet train, you arrive. When you exit the station, you're going to put those tickets in. It's going to give you one back. It's going to be the one for... no, it's going to give you two of them. You visit, and whenever you come back, whenever your trip is done, so it means that you did the whole round trip, no tickets is going to come out. You need to organize yourself when it comes to that, because it's very easy to, first of all, to overspend on transport. I did most of the stuff, like we optimized the best we can from one place to another. There is terminals, there's booth in some station that has one person that speaks English but a little bit, broken English, that will help you. If you, like I said, it's weird, but they're very old school when it comes to that. But if you have a paper that has all the destination and you ask them, I want to go from here to here, she's going to look, she's going to process the information and say, okay, I know how to get you from here to here. And she's going to ask you some question. How long do you want to go there? Are you going to stop at the station? And she's going to kind of like find a mix and match to have the better like travel route. And so that's one. Two, the reason why, because Japan, the way that it works, like I said, they're going to look at the distance from point A to point B. And depending on the distance, you can have X amount of what they call a stopover. So that means that you can just, let's say, if it's far enough, you can stop twice. So you have two stopovers that you are allowed. Sometimes the distance between one city and another is too short. So if you want to visit a city in between, you're not allowed. So you need to pay an extra fee to stop. So it can be complicated, but it's not. So that's why transportation, hotel, if you know what to do, it's going to be perfect. I think my goal would be to have a daily budget of maybe 300 and 350 a day, including the hotel. I think that depends on which city. That could be feasible. You can spend, if you splurge a little bit more, I think you can, because for food, for 350, you can eat at the kombini, period. But it's going to be like, you're just going to walk around. It might be a little bit short. Or maybe, wait, $350 like US dollar or yen? Because yen, I'm like, that's too low. But it's like $350 US dollar a day. You're good, girl. Like you can go below that, even. Depending on where you are, what you want to buy, and everything. Like I said, planning this, what else? Like I said, if you want to go there, be mindful of the medication. Always look at what you can bring with you. If the substance is prohibited, you will have to go through an extra step in order to be able to come in. So that's one. If you want to go to Japan, this is coming from a native. So Mari, our guide in Nara, she told us, do not visit Japan in the summertime. I cannot imagine how fucking hot it is if during autumn, like by the time I left, it was already around still close to 80 degrees Celsius. If it's that hot during October, during the summertime, it must be fucking crazy. And she said it is unlivable. It's too heavy. Like, by the way, again, with the light, I did tan. Yeah, I did tan. But basically, yeah, do not visit Japan during the summertime unless you want to suffer. That's all I can. That's all I can say. Autumn is probably the best time. Spring is still okay, but because of the blossom season, so depending on where in spring, it's going to be fucking packed. Like, if you don't like people touching you, this is not this is not the right time. What else? Oh yeah, one important thing. If you want to learn Japanese, do it. Honestly, not to be expert or anything. One thing about Japan, some say, oh, if you speak English, you can get around. Yes and no. Like, yes and no. Yes, in a way, but no, not completely. You have to have basic understanding, and I'm not telling like you need to understand fluently Japanese, no. But you have to understand kind of like whenever they say the negation, or like some type of words that allows you to understand what the fuck is going on. Because even if you use Google Translate, you show it to them, they're going to read it, they're going to understand. Some actually make them talk through the mic to have the translation. I was in Osaka. Some of the old lady, I knew that they were talking in a dialect. The dialect is not going to be translated properly in Google. That's not how it works. So for me, like I said, luckily for me, my brother understands and speaks a little bit Japanese. A little bit. He understands better than myself, especially for the reading. Like, he's better at reading kanji. My sister just started learning Japanese. She could speak a little bit, but she couldn't understand fully well. And in my case, I was someone that understood a little bit more of Japanese, but couldn't speak it. And my brother-in-law, he was completely dependent on us. Like, he couldn't understand jack shit. So the three of us, we survived. Because we could understand and kind of like help each other out at understanding what the fuck was going on. And I think, so it takes a little bit of preparation to go to Japan. You do need, ideally, like my sister, that was her job. So she made a whole fucking spreadsheet on like where we went, different activities that we needed to try, how much around like does it cost, how far was it from the hotel, just general ideas. We didn't stick to the plan, which is fine. But if you know where you want to go, what kind of activity, do plan, especially for transport. Try not to travel during rush hour. Like, travel early, but not too early that you're going to be with people that actually work. Because, like I said, when it's packed, it is packed. Other than that, I mean, just try to follow the rules. Like, to be honest, that's kind of like the basic thing. The basic thing. You're going to notice that Japan is sometimes during certain city, it's eerily quiet. Like, if you're loud, you might want to tone it down, because being loud and disruptive is actually frowned upon. We were it's. I usually travel with music. Was one of the few times that I could actually travel without any music, because it was fucking silence, and I was like, this is bliss. I haven't traveled with that much silence in a while. So yeah, really, that's how, like, kind of like the big line of what you want to do. Daiso, like I said, this is the dollar store of Japan. They sell a lot of like cute stuff. I got one of those like Ziploc bag that you can put your clothes in and you can roll it to empty the air. That's what I bought and used at the end of my travel whenever I needed to pack all the goodies I have around me. Now, what to pack, what not to pack. So there's two things. I had heard that in Japan, there was not a whole lot of place where you could use soap to wash your hand. That was true in rural Japan. In a lot of the more like populated place, you have soap. you have water, and you have a mean to dry your hand. But in some rural area, it is true, you only have running water, period. No soap, nothing to dry. So guess what? Your pants, but I had like a towel. So they usually say, oh, bring some of those like soap thingy. Wait, do I have it? So I had these. So oh my god, fucking light, dude. So these are like hand wipes, sanitary wipes, just disinfectant basically. So they're wet. Aha, there you go. Fucking hell, man, this is crazy. So those are like soap flakes. Very like, to wash your hand you need 1 or 2, maybe 3. Run it under water, scrub your hand, and it soaks up. I didn't really have to use these, so do not, unless you plan on visiting like some kind of like rural city, town or city in Japan, don't get these. These, if you go visit Osaka or Tokyo, skip these. You do not need these. These are usually, I thought that I was going to use them more, but honestly, Japan gives like individual wipes already, and most of the time, sometimes like I don't even use it, so I kind of like just stuff it away in a bag. So this is almost like you don't have to bring it unless you go in rural Japan. That's something else, or just you're piggy, I guess. if you're like really dirty. Oh, there you go. I'm talking like they give this anytime you go to kombini, you buy onigiri, any type of stuff, they're going to give you this most of the time, and it's like it's a wet wipe in there, disinfectant basically. So it does the same as this. It's the same. So do not pack this. Honestly, in all the hotel that I've been to, they gave you shampoo, conditioner, body wash. Unless you have some kind of like specific treatment for your hair, do not bring that. That's bulk in your bag. A lot of the hotel give you like sometimes like toothbrush. I didn't really use it. A hairbrush that you can fold, you know, and some other like nice stuff. But I would say for over there, you don't have to bring a lot of things. For those of you who have sunburn easily, bring sunscreen. Bring sunscreen because holy shit, the sun hits hard. Like I said, I'm someone who tans easily. I don't get sunburned very easily. And so that is, if you have like very pale skin and you tend to become red, bring sunscreen because that shit can be very harsh. Now, whenever you get to Japan, if you can, inside the kombini, sometimes try to look at the Google Lens to translate. Depending on where and when you go, like I said, autumn is so hot that you can still be bitten by mosquitoes. Like this is one of the remnants of the bite. But use it to find like a mosquito repellent. You're gonna just spray it on before you come out. Yeah, sunscreen. You're going to see a lot of people with like towelettes, like almost like what you would use to wipe your face. They use it to dampen their face whenever they sweat. That's, yes, use it. I didn't have that. I use my hand like a filthy animal. But it is what it is. And yes, in Japan, yes, there is veggies. Personally, no, it was not enough for me to have a regular bowel movement. Constipation galore. Yeah, constipation galore. It's crazy. So they have like a different stuff like that, like pouches. Like I said, applesauce, similar to that, but peach and other vegetables and fruits. To just like you drink it in order to have more fibers. So that's one. Like I said, we went to a lot of cafes, mostly to the request of my brother-in-law. If it was me, just me, and probably with my brother, we would just have lived with Kombini. Hello, hello, Belle. I'm kind of like almost like wrapping up with the rest of it, but yeah, we could have lived with just Kombini. So, especially in the morning, I could have skipped, you know, the egg toast and everything because you can buy egg sandwich at the Kombini and it's delicious. Less expensive. Also, you can take like a canned coffee. It could be cold, it could be hot. You have like the options. Just take this, go inside the hotel or whatever, you drink it. It costs you 200 yens, 300 yens. So that's $3, by the way, compared to what we had to spend in various breakfast. So that's another way to kind of like save up the money. Wrapping up is fine. It's gonna run 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. And I've been speed running. I started doing that a month ago. I started drinking one of those veggie mixes for my water to get my daily veggies in. Yes, that I think if I had to go back to Japan, I would try. I would like to try this because, like I said, bowel movement was like, whew. It took a while before before I could go. But like I said, you can save a lot of money if you go to Kombini. But at the same time, I don't want to skim too much. Like I like going to mom and pop cafes. Like I mean the cutest the cafe with like the pudding and everything, and the parfait was such a cute cafe that I would have missed it if I decided to go to the Kombini that day. The first cafe that I went in with my brother, with the gorgeous plates and the fucking like super fluffy like pancake, I would have missed it if I decided not to go. So it's kind of like it's a toss, really. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So you can skip, you can save a lot of money when it comes to food. Just be mindful. For attraction, camp, we're the same, but in general, if you go to a specific city and you know that there's something very famous, aka Ihimeji, that has the biggest castle, and it is the biggest castle in Japan, aka there's nothing bigger than that. The meaning for me that translates to everything else I can skip, unless there's something like woo amazing. But if it's a castle, listen, I saw the biggest one. I don't need your smaller one. I don't need your smaller one. It's going to take me money, time, energy that I could spend on some other things. I know that oh yeah, in Osaka. Oh yeah. I forgot. Where the fuck are they? I told you guys that I got 3 art books. Wait. I got a One Piece Color Walk art book. So Color Walk 1. This is Color Walk 3. I didn't have 2 at the time. We'll get it. This is a JoJo Bizarre Adventure art book. Weeb. I am a weeb, okay? I am a weeb. So, these were so not expensive. Those, I think each is like almost like 20 bucks each. Canadian. It's not expensive. Or 16, yeah, it was 16 each. It's really not expensive. I'm going to reopen this because I haven't opened these yet. But I have opened this. So this is going to be weeb moment. I haven't caught up in what like the recent at the All by the Shoujo manga magazines. Yes, there is a lot of them. So I haven't caught up to the latest chapters of One Piece, but Eiichiro Oda is known to make. So this is the cover, you know. This was inside the cover of one of the manga. So every chapters in between, you always have like a spread or like a small image, and there's always like a color version. I don't want to get flagged, Please don't flag me. But it's filled with classic art. And this is, by the way, this is OG One Piece, aka my favorite time of One Piece. Please bring it back to that moment. Because, and you have like the special spread that you would have in the Shonen Jump for like it would say like chapter 10. And you had like always like a spread of it. And so it's kind of like a collection of all of these. And I absolutely love it because those used to be my wallpapers. Like these used to be my wallpapers whenever they came out. I would use them as my weekly wallpaper anytime they would like release a new like colored chapter. So it's a lot, you know. They had a lot, but I just got these because I was like, listen, let me not just haul on art books. But yeah, that's the One Piece color walk. At some point, maybe not now, I can showcase the one from JoJo Bizarre Adventure whenever I get to take a good look at it. But those are the art books that I got. But yes, so unless you want to, so there's a big trap. First of all, oh yeah, my god, how can I fucking forget the gacha? Gacha. So it's basically gambling. It's basically gambling, but loser lose. They have a fuck ton of gacha, crane machines, all kinds of like games in order to get goodies. Is it worth it? The answer is always no. So I'm going to kind of like give you my adventure with gacha, because I said, since I'm going to Japan and there's so many gacha, I have to try a gacha machine. And so I did. There was a JoJo Bizarre Adventure gacha machine. It's 500 yen. 500. That's $5 per try. Now, if you think back of everything that I bought, like 500. Let me show you what 500 is. And let's say that's 500 bucks. This is 500 yen. This is 500 yen. So from the gacha, I was like, I saw one, and I'm going to show you the characters that I could pull from this. Could pull. Okay, hold on. I looked at it and I was like, cool. I could get, oh my god. I could get old Jotaro in his costume. Sorry, the focus is trash. I could get Johan, the writer. This is from Diamond is Unbreakable, I think. I could get Kira, the bad dude, the blonde bad dude, or Rocker dude. Of the four, you can already guess, but just the way I presented them, which one I didn't want. Not saying that he sucks, but I don't really like him. It's a Rocker dude. You can guess my fucking luck. I did a pull, and I got the one I didn't want. Now, mind you, it's fuck this. With the sliding, it's so tough. It's so tough. Yeah, it's still cute. It's not bad quality at all. But this is all this when you think about it. So Imagine if I wanted absolutely to pull one of the others. First of all, I could have gotten 2 of these, which would have pissed me off to no end. Or I could get another one that I wanted. But imagine how much I can spend, like 1,000 yen, so that's 10 bucks. 10 bucks. 10 bucks, I managed to go see the cat, to go like do a rally. 1,000 yen, I could eat like a bomb ass like bowl of ramen. Versus this. So you can choose. I don't think it is necessary to go through to do a gacha. I don't think it's worth it. But for me, it was part of the experience. I wanted to scratch that itch once, so I rolled a gacha. But this is the biggest waste of money that I did, like this by far. But aside from that, yeah, that was pretty much it, I think. There's definitely like some stuff that I'd like to taste eventually when I'll stream again. I would like bring the packet and just open it and just eat. This is also like a ballpoint pen. This one actually is a little bit more expensive. I got it at Don Quixote. Like I said, Don Quixote is the casino of convenience store, I would say, or like supermarket. The reason why, so depending on what department, if you go to a skincare department in Japan, first of all, holy fucking shit, there's so many products. There's so many products. It was insane. When you get inside of Don Quixote, so you had like, let me try to make you imagine. That's a row, that's a row. So you have like the empty rows in between. That's where you walk, okay? So you have a shelf here, shelf here, shelf here, shelf here, shelf. You understand the concept. So those are the shelves. Then you have the levels, because it's not just one level, it's like several. Each row, each tiny products or like brand of products, they play an ad. Meaning, when you walk through there, you have 100 products around you. You're going to hear 100 ads running at the same time. Bro, I was so overwhelmed. My ADHD was like I told you. I looked at my brother at some point. He looked at me, and I think my brain rebooted. I fucking blanked out. I looked at my brother. I was like, "Ooh, sorry." I actually had a nothing box where my brain immediately like just fucking shuts down. I was like, "What the fuck is going on here?" It's not as bad when you go to like when there's food and other stuff, but like beauty supplies is where it's going to be fucking expensive. Now I'm going to do one last rant before I actually really close off the stream. Osaka Airport. Not what I expected. I need to go to Tokyo and see what the fuck is the difference. But the Osaka airport was not really it. It was not really it. First of all, you want to do shopping? Well, unless you're interested in perfume and beauty products, there's fucking nothing else you can buy. There's a lot of like super expensive boutiques like Louis Vuitton and stuff like that, which none of which interests me. You have like and this is just me packing things away. Once you cross the customs, once you do the check-in, yeah, and you do the customs, there's not that many restaurants. There is, but it's like there's not that many restaurants you can go eat at if you have to be stuck there. Now, mind you, on my way back, oh yeah, let me tell you the story because it's important. On my way back, the plane got delayed. I was supposed to have around an hour and 15 minutes layover. I was supposed to, and the faces I'm supposed to. The plane was 45 minutes late. Not 45, less than that. Did you buy a good cheese soap dispenser? No, absolutely not. So the plane arrived late. Got on the plane, flew 13 hours, and then I land. I look at the time, I was like, I have 30 minutes. 30 minutes, 30, to transfer to first of all, to go from my gate, to go through customs, and go to the other terminal to catch my plane. 30 minutes. We arrive. Hear the message. We can't dock the gate thingy to the plane because there's a problem with like the arm thingy. So we have to tow the plane to another gate. I'm like, bro. So we wait. Nothing happens. Another message comes in. The thing finally arrives, but we know some of you have a very short transfer, so please, passengers, if you drop off at this specific city, do not unboard just yet. Let the other people that has transfer. Usually when that message happens, you know that out of the 20 people out there that are standing up, you have at least 30% that has fucking nothing to do with having to stand up because they're getting off and they're back to their city, while the rest of us have to fucking run. Yes, Dickleberry, we have to run. Boo boo, I ran. Got out, and I know that airport. I looked at where my gate was, and I was already crying inside. I ran all the way to customs, speed ran the fucking custom button, like just type it out, got the paper. I arrived. The dude at the customs, let me tell you, I think he wanted to actually like ask more questions and have my luggage like either like checked or something. But because I told like where are you coming from, I was like Osaka. So he knew that my plane was like late and I needed to transfer. He was like, okay, just go. I booked my dude. I ran. So imagine this is where I need to go. This is where I was. I had to go up. So I ran all this. Go here. Go through customs. To the fucking shenanigans. Wait, I'm not done yet. Because it's customs, my carry-on, my backpack, I had to rescan it. Fucking rescan this shit. Waited here. There was one bag. You know when during the tray thingy? It was like whenever they scan and then, okay, it's good. So it moves along the tray with your bags on there. There was one that was stuck there. Fucking forever, my dude. And then eventually it got picked. I'm like, bro, it's been 3 minutes. I got mine. Pick my... And listen. As soon I walk next to it, I take the shit back on. Like, I'm an expert. So that's here. I run. And then I have a fucking long ass corridor to go there. I go right. You know where there's like the rolling like floor. Oh my god, the mechanical like floors that helps you moving faster. Probably miss the transfer. You don't have that dog in me. Listen, can't it gets worse. Ran through two long like corridor, automated to move faster. 1, 2. I get to my desk. The lady is like, "Are you like from the plane from Osaka?" I was like, "Yes." I just said, "The plane just left, bro." And she told us we tried to hold back the plane because there was actually like, I think probably like 5 to 6 other people that needed to board that fucking plane. And she tried to hold it back. She knew that the plane from Osaka was late. And she was like, I tried to make it stop, to make it like delayed, but they had to leave like now. And so I was like, when is going to be the next? I mean, I didn't give shit to the lady. That's not her fault. And listen, it's nobody's fault. It is what it is. She booked me into the next plane. That was an hour later. So I'm here. I sit down. I wait for an hour. Like at that point, I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I need to go pee because, bro, I was running. My goal, by the way, during that layover was I get down because it's 13 hours. And mind you, I do not get up during 13 hours like flight. I sit down. This is a streamer training, okay? I wanted to get off the plane, go to your bathroom, and get through all this. But because I had to run, didn't have the time to fucking go to pee. So by the time when she told me, well, you have 1 hour. So I went to pee, I sat back down. Now the lady is, like, she gets up, she leaves, she does other things. I'm sitting there with other people that missed the plane that was at this terminal. I wait. I see the lady comes back. She makes eye contact with me. She's like, they're boarding that plane and they're going to close. I was like, excuse me? What the fuck? They changed the gate, my guys. From here to, let's say, I'm going to go back. So this is where I stop. It's like a U or like an O shape. From here, I need to run over there. I picked up my bag, put it back on, and I ran all the way. By the time I went, I was like, hi, this is my flight. Like I'm the flight from Osaka, and I was like, okay, just go in. I got in. So this is the corridor. This is the plane, okay? Which airport is this? Toronto. I'm here, okay? People are here. The door is here to the airplane. If I wasn't there, they would have closed the gate. There was like maybe like not even 10 people in front of me. Not even 10. If by the 10th fucking person was in, I would have missed the plane. I would have missed the fucking plane. And I'm like, when is going to be the next one? Tomorrow? Bro. So I got in, and obviously I was the first one that got there. There's another dude that come here, and then all the other people that actually waited like fucking idiots at this gate finally arrive at a new gate. Bro, it was crazy. I was so irritated. By the time I arrived back home, I was like, holy shit, I'm already over it. The first time I solo traveled, I missed my transfer because I thought my seat number was my terminal. Oh, bro, that's... And you know what? What's the rudest? Why they didn't call you? Like, when I was stuck here, I was kind of expecting like a message that's like, hi, passenger XYZ, please present to this terminal because we're doing the final onboarding. None of that shit happened. None of that. And I didn't even listen to music that loud. I didn't have like the noise canceling that loud because I didn't want to miss any messages. And usually what I do, so I have my headphones, so my head is here. I always like tuck like this. So I have one ear covered and the other one is like open. I really did, but I missed it. Oh my god, that's horrible. That's like fucking horrendous. But yeah, so that was like my main problem about Japan was flying in and flying out of here. That was like my main issue because it was crazy. It was absolutely insane what I had to do to finally fucking arrive back home. But yeah, So that was kind of like my TLDR in Japan. Oh yeah, try to look in hotels, try to look if they have like washing machine and dryer or not. Sometimes like try to look at the comment if they tell you if you need to pay for it. I think one of the most expensive is it was the one, actually it was the best one at the 1-5 hotel. You can pay $6 for me, so 600 yen to have it washed and dried. The drying part is not the most efficient, but it works. And I just like hung it dry inside my room, and it was good. I wonder what if it was an airport in Japan. I honestly don't know. Would it happen to begin with? I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised. But like I said, Osaka like airport was not really it for me. Like, I've been to many airports. It's the weirdest. It's the weirdest. It's not the most amazing. It's not the worst. Nothing can be JFK to me. Like, holy shit. But yeah, that's I think that's probably like it. So going to Japan actually can not cost you a lot. You just have to be mindful of the season. We did a 12 day, like I did a 12-day trip. I did Osaka, Himeji, Kurashiki, Hiroshima, in that particular order, Miyajima, Wakayama. 6 cities. It's tight. It is tight. I would spend a little bit more time perhaps in some cities, and I would rush a little bit less. But now the ice is broken, it's all good. Like, actually, it's all good. So like I said, if you travel to Japan, Ikoka, or any kind of like transportation card. So this is specific for the Kansai region, with the platypus, the mascot. You buy it, I think it's 1,000 yen plus 500 yen, so 1,500 yen that you have to pay. It gives you the card loaded with 500 yen in there. You can add a little bit more, and it allows you to transport. And like in UK, you tap it once, you tap it at the end of your trip, and it's going to charge you. There's always a way to look at how much there is left. This works as a pay, tap pay like credit card. So that's one. 2, oh yeah, retrieving money. Whenever you go to an ATM, I personally retrieve money from my checking account. That's 1. 2, whenever they ask you at which currency you need to withdraw, always withdraw with the Japanese yen. The rate are usually better for some fucking reason, at least for me in Canadian. But yeah, like what I picked, what I took out at the beginning was $500 Canadian. That's what I took. And then I could use that for a very long time. Then whenever I needed to, I saw, okay, I'm actually running a little bit out of money. There's this amount of time left. So that's when I kind of like pick and choose whatever I had to take out after. And obviously, I do have leftover money that I'm still going to use next time I'm going to travel. But yeah, if you have access to washing your clothes, pack something very light. Any clothes, especially during the summertime, not the summertime, autumn, because it's still very hot. So anything light, so breathable, that dries very fast. Not too revealing. Japan is still very modest. Like the actually like Japanese people, aside if they're very young, they're not going to dress like with like a lot of cleavage, let's say. Short skirt, no problem with that. But the top part, do not show bosoms. It's not do not show bosom, show less. That's pretty much like kind of like that's kind of it. But if you wear like long dresses, lots of them, no hoochie mama shorts. I saw that, and it was mostly, it was foreigners. It was foreigners that wore that, and it's a classic. They dress like hoochie mama shorts, and they have the face that goes with it. I'm just saying. Aside from that, what else? No, I think that's pretty much it. So yeah, my goodness, I feel like it was a fucking marathon. It's been 6 hours. So that was pretty much it for my trip from Japan. If something comes up again and it comes back to me, I will tell you. No worries. Work is going to start next week. I do have a lot of patients booked in, so I won't be able to be free on Friday, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll try to stream a little bit more. I do have Expedition 33 to play. I have other games to play. Using leggings is no. Yeah, leggings, I saw, it's always foreigners that wear these. Always. But it's not anything like very skin tight. Don't do that. Like, wear loose. First of all, anything skin tight, bro, it's so fucking hot. You would want to walk around naked. But yeah, no, like, wear loose things. Nothing too revealing, but it's, you know, short is fine. Short skirt is fine. I haven't seen, obviously, because none of us like have tattoos, so I wouldn't be able to tell you about the experience of if you have a tattoo or not, on how you're being perceived. But yeah, that's pretty much it. My goodness. Any whoosies? I'll go eat. Hold on, let me just go back to my just talk screen. Yeah, I'll go eat. It's been a fucking crazy day for me. I need to. Do I have next time? Because I need to experience that first. Because I don't know if I talked to you about my racist patients that I'm actually going to see twice in the next 2 weeks. I'm going to see her once. Yes, racist patients. It is the craziest thing. But I'm like, listen, give me your money. I'm broke. We don't have to talk. It's fine. I'll tell you that story another time. But yeah, thank you for showing your adventure. It was cool seeing all those places that you're back. Happy times with everybody. Yes. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. I don't know when exactly, as per usual nowadays. And hope that you enjoy the rest of your weekend. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye.